Okay, looks like we're good to go. We're live. We got volume. I need to put my hat on because my hair's a mess. How's it going, guys? So evidently Trump wants to take Greenland. Also, people seem to think that I'm a Trump supporter, which I'm not. Just trying to learn. I may have said a few things in the live stream yesterday that made it seem that way. I promise you I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of it. And I think the Maduro situation makes it tricky because the guy, I do feel like he is a dictator. So that does make it tricky. Now I'm hearing about Greenland, okay? So late last night, and again, I don't know. There goes my kick unmuting itself for the day. Yeah, so anyways, last night I was checking out a few things and about Greenland, right? Because there was somebody in the chat, and again, I do want to play fair, right? I'm not trying to lean towards one way or another or push any sort of agenda. Somebody was mentioning, what's my thoughts on Greenland, right? The Greenland situation. I don't know. I don't know what the because I know that it was months back that Trump was talking about Greenland, right? Wanting to take Greenland. I'm kind of like, why, right? Just like most people, why do you need Greenland? Okay, so I'm on board with that. I don't think Trump needs Greenland, right? I forgot about that. That's been months back, right? Well, now the Venezuela situation happens with Maduro. Well, now there's more Greenland talks, evidently. So I was sidetracked with the holidays, New Year's, this and that, the Venezuela thing with Maduro, right? And so evidently Trump's been mentioning Greenland again. So and I don't like that, right, guys? So I'm going to go through on my screen and try to find a couple things. How's it going, Osborne? How's it going, Jurgen? Hello. And yeah, we're going to get to the bottom of this, guys, because like I said, I think I gave people the wrong impression. It's like it's like I say, I personally feel like Maduro, from what I'm hearing, was illegitimate bad guy, right? And so because I'm okay with him getting snatched up, people got the wrong idea and think that I'm like a Trump supporter. And that's not the case, because I'm not okay with this Greenland situation. Okay. And of course he does have ulterior motives with the oil situation. I'm sure there's some ulterior motives, but anyways, we're going to check out a few videos, guys. I'm going to go over here to this screen here. And right here's a video, Trump's obsession with Greenland explained. Now, at some point, if I can find it, there's a clip of Trump talking about Greenland on Air Force One from probably 4 or 5 days back. I think it was like, I don't know, it might have been like a day or so before. Pretty sure it was a day or so before the Venezuela strike, whatever, right? Where he was on Air Force One and somebody was talking to him about, oh wait, I still got this thing down there. That's not even, I had the wrong text on the bottom of the screen, guys. Sorry. I figured out how to make it scroll though. If you notice, it was scrolling, but he was on Air Force One. Somebody was asking about Greenland and he's like, oh, this and that. Let's not worry about Greenland. Let's worry about Venezuela, Iran, blah, 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 blah. Give Greenland like a couple months. Then he turned around and he's like, oh, well, we'll talk about Greenland in like 20 days. Well, this is like probably going on a week now ago at this point, but I'll find that video at some point during the stream. We're going to check it out and we're going to click on to this one here, Trump's obsession with Greenland explained. And let me see what's going on in the chat real quick here. I just had to leave after that one video that I felt was very too much propaganda yesterday. That one was just too much. Hey, I mean, nothing wrong with having opinions and not liking certain videos and feeling like a certain video has propaganda pushing properties to it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I mean, that's fine. That's fair. I'm not faulting anybody for feeling differently than me or being upset. I mean, I just don't like when people get mad at me thinking that like I'm a Trump supporter just because, it's kind of like with the Maduro situation. Look at the Venezuelans. Like it seems like a lot of them, it's so happy about it. So it's like in that situation, as much as you hate the guy again, and I've said multiple times, there's plenty of reasons to hate Trump. There's plenty of he makes it easy. We know this, right? So, but as he, as easy as it is to hate Trump, if he does something that, maybe borderline sketchy because the international law, but at the same time, you're getting rid of a dictator, maybe we'll give him, maybe let him slide on that one. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I don't want people to think that I'm like a Trump supporter though, right? So we got Colombia and Mexico are also called by Trump. What do you mean are also called by Trump? We got learning with Charlie again. Woo woo. Yeah, right. All right, let's see. He says Greenland should be loaned to the U.S. for security reasons, but the U.S. already has a military base in Greenland. Why should we have that right? And Russia is a neighboring country. Yeah, that's the thing too, is like, I don't understand, like, that's what I'm hearing, and it's like, from what I understand, which isn't a lot, you guys know this, you've seen my videos, the NATO countries, right? They have a thing where if you're a member of a NATO country, you kind of can like do military stuff there, right? So like, the way it seems is if it's a military situation, he can just go there and make military bases in Iceland as is, right? Without taking it from Denmark or like, whatever, right? So like, that's where I'm also kind of shocked by this, guys. That's why I don't want people to think that like I'm a Trump supporter when it's like, I'm not. I'm in the middle. I look at it by situation. It's all situational. Just like I don't like the fact that, the guys in the Epstein files, like that's pretty sketchy. Like I don't want my president to be associated with somebody like that. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody else likes this either, a situational basis. That's it. But let's find this out. Let's watch this video at least.
President Donald Trump reasserted in the new year that the United States wants Greenland.
This is the
Greenland from a national security situation.
Trump said a newly appointed special envoy would lead the charge, drawing sharp criticism from Denmark and Greenland. Let's take a look at why Trump is interested in the vast Arctic territory. Greenland is strategically significant for the US military. The shortest route from Europe to North America runs through it. The US has said it wants to expand its existing military presence on the island.
But see, the thing is like, the United States has a military presence in countries that's not NATO, in countries that's not the United States. Like we have military presence in like, numerous countries around the world. That's not part of our little like, NATO alliance or like whatever group, you know what I'm saying? So if it's easy to put like a military base in like South Korea or like wherever, right? Then it should certainly be easy to do it there. I mean, hell, we like Cuba is our enemy, and don't we have like Guantanamo Bay, which is basically Cuba? I mean, they say it's US soil, but like it's in Cuba, guys, right? It's just within, it's just an enclave inside of Cuba, right?
That includes placing radars to watch waters in the region used by Russian Navy vessels and nuclear submarines.
Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place.
Shipping data show most Chinese and Russian activity in the Arctic is in waters near Russia,
but that's not good. Like I understand the security implications. Like I get that, right? But with NATO, being like part of NATO and stuff, it's like he should be able to just do that, right? I would assume Denmark would be okay with that, right? Like they're helping each other out at that point, because then, if Denmark is owning Greenland, then if the US military puts a base there and makes Greenland safer from Russia, why would Denmark have a problem with that, right? It's not that, it's taking of the entire country that becomes a problem. Because that's where it does cross over into like some weird sketchy, like, borderline like dictator type things, so like I do understand people's viewpoints on the subject, but this is completely separate than the Venezuelan thing. It really is. Let's see here. We got Vikings. Oh, he wants to attack. Let's see here. He says that Greenland should belong to the US for security reasons. Okay, yeah, I read that one. He wants to attack Colombia as well. Wonder why. Vikings founded Greenland. Denmark owns Greenland. Yeah. We also have a joint defense agreement with Denmark. Like Russia is going to allow that. I mean, Russia's just going to have to deal with it, I guess, right? Those Russians and Chinese ship are 99% freighters. Or are they freighters in disguise? You never know. You never know. Putin could be pulling a fast one. I mean, but they're probably just freighters, right? Because the ice is opening up, right? Stuff's thawing out and all that kind of stuff. Of course, there's a Russian shadow fleet. Oh, yeah. The secret ones. That's what I'm saying. Maduro being a bad guy is not the issue. The thing is, we made agreements about not invading other countries like this. He does not honor these agreements. Just left the chat, I guess. Well, Maduro. Well, the thing is with Maduro though, is like, you know, it's kind of different because he's not like a legitimate president. He got outvoted. Like there was a lot of corruption there, and he just kind of like stayed in office because of like his military power, basically. So like that kind of, again, it's situational, but I think that situation is kind of different than just like an actual legitimate president of a sovereign nation, right? And again, a lot of Venezuela is happy about that. So Russia and China renewed much in the last years. China and Russia are working on 6th-gen fighters and bombers. It's weird as Trump is just talking about oil. Oh, yeah, I'm not saying there's not ulterior motives at all. At all. I'm pretty sure there probably is. I mean, look at Greenland, right? Like, there's no actual legitimate reason he needs to take Greenland when he's part of NATO, and he should be able to put a military base there. Anyways, I don't think Denmark would mind so much to, you know, it's NATO, right? Like, they're, part of their thing is like they can help each other out militarily and all that sort of thing. So, like, I think the thing with the Venezuela is like, you know, maybe he's like, okay, well, Maduro's a dictator. Good excuse, this and that. Venezuelan people are happy about it, right? They really are. And so he's like, okay, well, I'm just maybe I'll just take this opportunity, right, to take advantage of the situation, and take the oil. A little bit of the oil is like a bonus prize kind of thing. It could be, right, like I said, ulterior motives. But again, the Venezuelan people seem like they're kind of happy about that. So it's kind of like they're not getting no benefit of that oil right now, right? When they're living under a dictatorship and they're in poverty, and you got all these people fleeing the country and they can't go back to see their family. And you make one statement online about the regime in Venezuela, and people getting snatched up and stuff. That's not good, right? So it's like, that sucks. If it just, you know, somebody else has to come in, snatch the guy out of there, make it better, and then take a little bit of the oil. It's not so much, it's not a terrible trade-off, right? I mean, anyways, we're going to finish this video here.
More broadly, the Arctic is becoming more militarized, with NATO states, China and Russia all expanding activity there. The island is also rich in minerals, oil and natural gas, though development has been slow and mining has seen very limited US investment. Legally, Greenland is a territory of Denmark, which is a NATO.
See, that's what it is. He just wants, you know, it's the resources, right? Like, you know, and then of course it's look for other reasons, like, okay, this and that, how can I, you know, so with the Venezuela thing, it's like, okay, I want the resources perhaps, right? What can I do to like get that, right? Okay, well, okay, this guy's a dictator, let's go snatch him out. But again, it's probably a good thing that Maduro's out of there. It's probably a good thing in that situation.
Remember, in 2009, it was granted broad self-governing autonomy. That includes the right to declare independence.
And when? Hold on.
It was granted is a territory of Denmark, which is a NATO member. In 2009, it was granted broad self-governing autonomy. That includes the right to declare independence from Denmark through a referendum.
Thank you, Dar the Traveler, for the super chat. Great work, Charlie says. Hey, Dar the Traveler, go check out his channel, actually. Go check out, he does YouTube as well. Reaction videos.
Polls show most of Greenland's 57,000 inhabitants back independence, but many of them also fear a hasty move for independence could leave them worse off and expose the island to the US.
Well, the thing with Greenland's independence is like, they're getting a lot of help and stuff from Denmark, right? Like, you know, and there's only like 57,000 people in Greenland. They get a lot of subsidies and stuff from Denmark, and a lot of assistance from, you know, and also they're part of NATO through Denmark, right? So like if they become independent, do they automatically retain NATO status sort of thing? Or are they just on their own, you know?
for independence could leave them worse off and expose the island to the US. The US military has a permanent presence in an airbase in northwest Greenland. In 1951, the US and Denmark made an agreement. It gave the US the right to move around freely and construct military bases on the island as long as Denmark and Greenland are notified. Trump offered to...
So it says right there, right? It said right there that they're cool with it, that they can put military bases there, right? Hold on.
Military bases on the island.
Hold on, we got
it. It gave the U.S. the right to move around freely.
Sorry guys, I'm an amateur here. Bear with me here. Make sure I'm in the right spot.
Northwest Greenland. In 1951, the U.S. and Denmark made an agreement. It gave the U.S. the right to move around freely and construct military bases on the island as long as Denmark and Greenland are notified.
Since 1951, the right to roam around freely and construct military bases, whatever, right? As long as they notify Greenland and Denmark first, right? Don't just come in there and build something and do, just say, hey guys, we're doing this, and then go do it. So since 1951, that's a thing, right? So that basically would blow the security issues out of the water. It really would, right? So like, I just put some oil in my work, and American soldiers invaded it. I don't know what that means. Charlie, have you watched any videos about the reaction of European leaders to Trump's new Greenland threats? No, we will. We'll check that out here in a few. I'll be live for a while. Let him choose or make it a neutral zone, but not just to the country with the largest army. Let him. Talking about the Greenland situation. I don't know. I'm missing some of the stuff in chat, so.
Trump offered to buy the island during his first presidential term, a move Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen called absurd. In late 2025, Trump named a special envoy to Greenland, Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry, who publicly backs the idea of the island becoming part of the US. Frederiksen has since said Denmark wants to continue being a good ally of the US, while also saying that Trump's threats should be taken seriously. In a joint statement pushing back on Trump, she and Greenland's Prime Minister Jens Frederik Nielsen said Greenland belongs to Greenlanders, saying, quote, "You cannot annex another country, not even with an argument about international security."
Yeah, so it's like, it just, it's like in this situation, it just seems like the fact that since they had an option since 1951 to be able to roam around freely, and build military bases, do military stuff is what it sounds like. So that's where it's like, it probably does just come down to the minerals, guys. So like I said, I'm not, it's all situational. Like people like to take me out of context. They really do, because I say things but then they don't hear like other stuff that I've said prior to, or like, 20 minutes before that or whatever. Or maybe I'm just bad at explaining things, really. But, all right. So what was it? Let's see. Videos about the reaction of European leaders to Trump's new Greenland threats. Let's check that out. So Greenland, Trump, European leaders react. Let's see what pops up. Oh, this is the, crap, sorry, Danish people. That's the Greenland girl, right? Or not, the Danish president, prime minister, or whatever. You can tell him.
Well, he's calling it the Donro.
It's the lady in charge of Denmark, right? I don't know. Anyways, we got ABC News here. European leaders react to Trump's latest comment about annexing Greenland. Let's find out what is going on.
Well, he's calling it the Donro Doctrine, and now President Trump appears to have set his sights on another territory after the successful operation in Venezuela.
We need Greenland from a national security situation. It's so strategic.
See, this isn't the full thing right here. I need to find the full thing, because somebody asked him about it, about Greenland. And he's like, oh, well, this and that. And he's like, we're not worried about Greenland right now. Let's talk. First, we got to worry about. So this is before the Venezuelan strike. And he's like, first, we got to worry about Venezuela and Iran or something. I'm pretty sure this is like the day before that strike. And I could be wrong. Don't quote me on it. But if not, then it's shortly around that time. But and then he's like this and that. And he's like, but speaking of Greenland, since you asked, basically. But he's like, oh, well, we're not going to talk about Greenland for like another 20 days. So it's kind of like he was already planning it. So it's like, and if this is the day before the strike, which again, it needs to be verified, I don't know, then it's like, okay, he was already planning on striking, Venezuela the day after. That's why he's like, oh, well, we're not worried about Greenland right now. Let's talk about that in like 20 days. This and that. He's like, first, let's talk about Venezuela and Iran, blah, 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 blah. We'll talk about Greenland 20 days. Then that's when he starts talking about this section right here. So I'll just put it back to the start of
security situation. We need Greenland from a national security situation. It's so strategic. Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security. And Denmark is not going to be able to do it.
So Denmark's prime minister.
But the thing is, it's like Denmark don't have to do anything. If Denmark's not worried about it, right, and you have access since 1951 to just do as you please, militarily wise anyways, just let them know ahead of time, then I really don't understand the problem. And it would certainly come down to the minerals, right? I mean, I completely get this.
Responding to the president, saying Greenland is part of NATO and will be defended by the alliance, urging President Trump to stop the threats. Our foreign correspondent, Tom Sufi-Burridge, is following all that for us. So, Tom, Greenland is, in the president's words, so strategic right now, saying it's covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. What are your thoughts? How are leaders reacting?
Off topic, the building looks cool with the gold-looking lights on it. Just had to say that, sorry.
Yeah, I want to bring you some comments straight away, Kira, from Mette Frederiksen, some more comments from the Danish Prime Minister. And in an interview on Danish TV, she is being quoted as saying that she believes that anyone should take Donald Trump's threats about wanting Greenland seriously. And then she goes on to say that if the US were to attack Greenland, then she believes that would be the end of the NATO alliance, the end of the security structure, the transatlantic relationship since the end of World War II. Now, Donald Trump has not threatened to attack Greenland, I think it's important to point out, but he has repeatedly said he wants Greenland. And clearly the timing after what's happened in Venezuela, I think, has set more alarm bells ringing across Europe. Look, what is striking, looking at all of the commentary from European leaders who are lining up behind Denmark, because remember, Greenland is an autonomous region of Denmark, European leaders are very much on the same page. They're all saying their support is very much solid for Denmark in this issue, that European sovereignty cannot be threatened by anyone, and that, the NATO alliance is the underpinning, and Denmark is a member of NATO. So, look, European leaders are struggling with the unorthodoxy of the Trump administration on multiple issues, on Ukraine, on Greenland, on the US national security strategy, which was published at the end of last year, which really, ripped up the rulebook in terms of the US relationship with Europe and basically said that the US administration under Donald Trump was going to push for more nationalist governments in Europe. So if you're Viktor Orban in Hungary, you're pretty happy at what's happening. If you are most European leaders right across this continent, they are very worried, they're very concerned, but they are very careful with their words, because any European leader never wants to upset any US administration, including the Trump administration. So, they are lining up behind Denmark, but they're also being careful not to say anything too provocative to upset the US, who ultimately they still rely on for security in this continent.
Tom Sufi-Burridge, thank you.
Yeah, it's just it's a situation, isn't it, guys? The whole situation. So is there more to it? Was there more European leaders reacting? Let's see, Greenland, Trump, I think it was on Air Force One. Let me see if I can find the full. I just thought it was weird. Yeah, he's, let's talk about it in like 20 days. Let's see, I'll just type in 20 days. That'll probably bring it up more easier. Trump warns India, so that's 20. day deadline for Greenland. India. Anyways, I don't know what that guy's talking about. Is there an issue with India as well? I don't know. Right here, let's talk about Greenland in 20 days. Right here, it says Trump turns towards Arctic. Yeah, so this. Or wait, let's see. Trump to attack Greenland. I don't know which one to watch. I mean, they're both probably good. They both have a ton of million subscribers here. All right, so yeah, hopefully this isn't a weird AI video. It probably is, but
is an attack on Colombia now on the table? Or what about Iran or Greenland? How is anything of this putting America first?
Well, I don't want to talk about Greenland. Let's talk about Venezuela, Russia, Ukraine. We'll worry about Greenland in about 2 months. Let's talk about Greenland in 20 days.
Well, I think our discussion should be with.
yeah, see, let's talk about Greenland in 20 days. That was, I'm pretty sure. Let me find out, actually. Hey, Google. When Trump was asked about Greenland on Air Force One and he said, let's worry about Greenland in 20 days, was that before the Venezuela situation where he captured Maduro?
No, that comment was made after the capture of Nicolas Maduro.
Okay.
On January 4th, 2026, while aboard Air Force One, President Trump told reporters, let's talk about Greenland in 20 days. This occurred just one day after the U.S. military operation on January 3rd, 2026.
Day after. Day after. See? That's why I said don't quote me on it. I get things wrong. So the day after he snatched up Maduro is when he said that. Let's talk about Greenland in 20 days, huh? But first he said he wanted to talk about Venezuela, Iran, Ukraine, and whatever. So let's finish this video. Let's see what's going on, guys.
The actual people in Greenland, the Greenlanders, what are they looking for?
Tonight, we look at a story that has pushed the Arctic back in the center of American politics. From NATO military bases to new shipping corridors, Greenland is once again being viewed as a strategic location in global power rivalries. US President Donald Trump has said in clear words that we need Greenland for the strategic and standpoint of national security. These remarks have come right after the dramatic US operation in Venezuela that shook capitals around the world. Denmark, which handles Greenland's defense, has called Trump's talks unacceptable, and leaders in Nuuk have reminded Washington that sovereignty is not negotiable. So why does this vast icy island matter so much to United States and many other countries? Let me break down this for you. First is a location. Greenland sits between North America and Europe, overlooking crucial air and sea lane across the Arctic and the North Atlantic. During the Cold War, the US built their air base, which is now known as Pacific Space Base.
So the US has a base there? Hold on.
During the Cold War, the US built their air base, which is now known as Pacific Space Base. That facility still runs missiles warning systems and space surveillance network. As melting sea ice open the region, the same geography is gaining fresh military weight. Second is emerging Arctic shipping corridors. Greenland lies close to Northwest Passage near Canada, the Northern Sea route along Russia, and the future transpolar route across the central Arctic Ocean.
The future French polar route, is that what she just said?
Polar route across the central along Russia and the future transpolar route across the
France polar route, I think. I don't know exactly what she's saying, but
Central Arctic Ocean. These passages could cut travel time between Asia, Europe and America by thousands of kilometers. Any nation with influence over Greenland would be sitting in the front to monitor this traffic. The third is Guyuk Gap, the stretch linking Greenland, Iceland and United Kingdoms. The European Parliament has described this as a gateway between the Atlantic and the Arctic.
So the Guyuk Gap, huh? Let's see. Oh yeah, this is Venezuela here. Let me exit this street view. Or wait. All right, so we got. Wait, is this upside down or no? Yeah, looking at the bottom of the earth here. Let's go to the right. Let's go to the right side, guys. So the Guyuk Gap. Whoops, why did I just zoomed in and out on accident? Okay, there we go. Would it be this place? I'll just type in Guyuk. Shit. Guyuk. I guess it would help if I spelled it right. Let's see, Guyuk Gap. It's not. Well, we're gonna find out this way. Oh, it's just. Okay. It's just the jump from Greenland to Iceland, Iceland to the UK. So it's just like that area. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, it's more specifically, or wait. Is this showing that it's more specifically the, in between the Iceland, United Kingdom? I mean, the arrows are showing, it's just both, it's all of it. I guess they're ignoring the Iceland's in the way. It's just that whole area. Yeah, so just this entire section there.
NATO uses this corridor to track submarines, protect sea lanes and move forces quickly across the ocean if a conflict breaks out. With Russian hybrid activities rising, control of Guyuk Gap is seen essential for Western security. Fourth is Greenland is already a NATO stronghold. A defense agreement with the US has existed with Denmark since 1951. The Pituffik base supports polar orbiting satellites that provides early missile alerts, intelligence feeds and navigation data. This makes Greenland central to NATO deterrence in high north. Fifth is resource beneath the ice are drawing attention. Reports said from 2023 that Greenland holds 25 out of 34 critical minerals listed by European Union, including graphite, lithium, rare earth elements used in electric vehicles, phones and defense equipment.
Well, there it is. Sorry. Dang, sorry, my congestion sucks right now. 24 out of 30, what is it? Hold on. Let's find out. 24 out of 30 something are the rare earth minerals.
Deterrence in high north. Fifth is resource beneath the ice are drawing attention. Reports said from 2023 that Greenland holds 25 out of 34 critical minerals.
No, 25 out of 34. 25 of the 34 minerals, huh? Rare earth minerals, right? Critical to
listed
like
by European Union in
US technology type, like whatever, right? Like what smart people out there, you know what the rare earth minerals are for, right?
Including graphite, lithium, rare earth elements used in electric vehicles, phones and defense equipment.
Yeah, defense equipment.
Benchmark Minerals Intelligence believe many of the minerals marked vital for US security may also be present there. Development has been slow because of tough climate and environmental worries, but demand for clear energy tech is sharpening the race. The sixth is Greenland's complex political history. The island.
So maybe his thing, you know, it's like the minerals and stuff. He wants the minerals. And maybe he's like, oh, well, Denmark's not mining it and it's just sitting there and this and that. So it's like, but what if he just did a deal with Denmark? You know, it's like they're already allowed to do the military stuff there, right? Since 1951. What if they just did a deal with Denmark and was just like, hey, since you're not able to like do it because it's like cold Arctic environment, costs a lot of money to get the minerals out, blah, 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 blah. We'll build up some infrastructure. We'll go in there and take it and we'll split the money with you. You guys get half, we get half. And then they got some minerals. Everybody's happy. They can already do the military thing since, you know, 1951 or whatever. So like, I don't know. It just seems like there's a more like, reasonable solution to this, right? If that makes sense. I don't know.
Was a Danish.
Somebody says no. Why no? It would be better than just like taking it, right? I mean, and that would help Denmark too. If Denmark's not able to like get the minerals out, you know, if we can help get the minerals out and then they get half the mineral money, we get half the maybe not half, maybe a third, right? A third of it goes to Greenland, right? The people that live in Greenland, of course, don't leave them out. It's that they're living there, of course. So, and we get a third, Denmark gets a third, Greenland gets a third, and then nobody takes nobody's country and everybody can live peacefully and sing Kumbaya with a bunch of like rich mineral money and stuff, right? I don't know.
Colony until 1953 and later became part of Denmark. In 2009, it received a right to seek independence, yet it still relies on Danish subsidies. For Greenlandic parties, self-determination remains the...
See, and right now, you know, too, it's like it said that, you know, Greenland is relying on Denmark's subsidies, right? So like if Trump went in there, did the infrastructure, got the minerals out, everybody split it 3 ways. Now Denmark doesn't have to spend as much money on subsidies for Greenland, right? Because they're getting money from minerals, right? Then Greenland, now they're getting a bunch of money from minerals. So like now they're doing good. They don't have to rely on getting subsidies from Denmark and everything, you know? So I don't know. Why is it always about money? I mean, unfortunately, that's just the way the world is, right?
Red line, and last year, all 5 parties in local parliament rejected any idea of joining United States. Trump's circle has also fueled the tension. Stephen Miller's wife, Katie Miller, posted an image of Greenland in American flag colors with the word soon that triggered anger in Copenhagen.
Well, yeah, I mean, I could see that too. I'd be pissed as well. Like, that's just instigating something, you know, that's just stirring shit up. Like, that's crazy, right?
Denmark's Prime Minister said it makes absolutely no sense to discuss annexation and the US had no right to take over any nation in Danish kingdom. Greenland's Prime Minister echoed the same, saying the island was not for sale and never is going to be a part of any of these such conversations. Now, the message from Denmark and Greenland is firm, but the episode shows how strategic thinking around the Arctic is changing fast. As ice retreats and resources gain value, Greenland is likely to stay at the heart of US ambitions and global geopolitics. That's the big story tonight. I'll come back with more updates. For more geopolitical stories, keep watching Money Control. I'll see you in the next one.
Alrighty then. So, what do you guys think about this? Hi, Charlie. How you doing? Doing pretty good. How you doing? Let's see here. Let me scroll through the chat here. Good video. Yeah. It was informative, right? It was informative. Guyuk Gap is the Greenland, Iceland, UK gap. Yeah. Greenland was promised the USA 3,000 years ago. Okay, then no, because that's the one I read earlier. He just wants money in the bank. Greenlandic people wouldn't be fond of that. Yeah, but the Greenlandic people probably could use some more money, right? Why USA? Why not China? The world is not a supermarket where you just pick what you want. It's not for sale. They don't want to ruin their landscape. Only Greenland should have the say in who gets the minerals, period. Yeah. Yeah, Greenland definitely should have the ultimate say so for sure. Also, how's it going, Dolly? America gets nothing. We love our nature. Why is it always about money? We don't need money or minerals. Yeah, money is power. Yeah, I agree. I mean, money, unfortunately, that's how it goes. That's why all the kings adorned themselves in gold, really, back in the day, just to brag about how much money they had. The minerals aren't worth the damage it would do to get them. Yeah, I mean, it would definitely mess things up. I'm just saying, like, if it like came down to it, right? Like, if it came down to it, and he was, if Trump was like just straight up going to just like straight up take Greenland, it'd be better just to like not take it, and then just mine a little spot if that's what would keep somebody stealing your country, right? Like, that's basically what I'm saying. That's why people take stuff out of context when I say it. Like, I just try to look for options, right? Look for the better option. And no worries, Rico. You're very much allowed to be mad. Yeah, I mean, we're all allowed to have different opinions, right? He's calling Belgium a beautiful city. WTF? Well, Belgium is definitely not a city. It's a country. It's a beautiful country. Trump is a delusional motherfucker. Yes. Not gonna lie, if I need to go back home to help the resistance, I will. Let's just hope it doesn't come to that. Hey, Dolly, you gotta fight for, you know, I mean, if it comes down to it, I don't blame you. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta do what you gotta do, right? It's already happening. Hey, Charlie. Hey, how's it going, Oli? Why would Greenland need money from the USA? They just need to ask. Europe should take back America. We built that piece of land. Hey, I mean, if from that same ideology, right? I mean, I'd be European then, right? I guess then I could just freely go over there and not have to worry about passports and visas and all that stuff, right? It worked for me. Hi, man. Hope you had a great New Year's. Oh yeah, awesome New Year's. I don't know if you're talking about me or somebody else, but whatever. Great New Year's. Hopefully everybody else had an awesome New Year's as well. Let's see. We'd like to have oil from Texas in Europe. Can we share that too? Hey, I don't care. I'm good with that. I mean, make USA Europe again. Yes, New Amsterdam. Hey, I mean, take, you know, the Dutch people take New York back, right? There you go, right? Enjoy your stay in a few months. Yes, I'm looking forward to it, actually. Hey, just check Twitch. You got enough views an hour stream to unlock subscriptions. Nice. Yeah, I actually, when I first started my YouTube channel, like end of 2021, I did a Twitch. I started my Twitch, streamed for a couple few months, and then everything happened and life and whatever, and now we're here, and so I'm back on Twitch. So, we're gonna check out another video. Let's see, Greenland, Trump. Let's just go to like, I'm just gonna go to the home screen here, and click on right here. What is this? JLR's live. Greenland invasion. U.S. military troops. Brett's live. Let's check this out real quick. We're not going to just keep watching his stream, but like, I want to see what he's watching. Maybe we can find the original video if there's a good video, if there's a good live stream out there, right?
Stephen Miller said Greenland should be part of the United States.
Okay, he's just watching.
The semi-autonomous island has been the territory of Denmark, a NATO nation, for 300 years.
Okay, so he's just watching news clips like we were doing. DW News is live. What do they got going on here? Venezuela to Greenland. How far will Donald Trump push U.S. power? Let's see what this is going on. Let's see what this is, guys.
So it just ties in with what you are saying. But to the other point that you made over there about Gulf states not supporting it, I mean, where do the Gulf states stand now, given that for the better part of 2 years, they've had a conflict raging in their backyard? There is some sort of a ceasefire now. Would the Gulf states support any U.S. strike against Iran if it were to happen? And would Trump even take these Gulf states into confidence, given that these Gulf states are spending billions of dollars on U.S. weaponry?
Actually, let me get the title.
What I would say is the connections between the Trump administration and the Gulf states over the past year has been, it's been somewhat unprecedented in terms of the levels of investment and the connections and the engagement of this administration with these actors. I can't say with certainty how the Gulf states would react. Obviously, this is not a monolith, and you have individual countries in that region that have different relationships with Iran. You think about Saudi Arabia's relationship with Iran. Their reaction might be a little bit different from another country in the region, but it's a bit difficult to say.
Rachel, can you talk to us a bit about the Iranian side of things? I mean, in June last year, when these 3 nuclear sites were attacked that Trump claimed were obliterated, you had an Iranian response, albeit a smaller one. A military base was struck in Qatar, correct me if I'm wrong. If there were to be an attack from the Trump administration this time on Iraq, and again, we are speculating, if this were to happen, would Iran have to go all out and respond even more strongly than it did last year in June?
Right now, it's important to Europeans to know that U.S. is not one opinion, and it's important to watch Americans.
Before I get to get that, I want to sort of underscore something Brandon said.
That the fellows aren't lesser for being interested in the rest of the world.
We have to remember that Donald Trump is not like previous U.S. presidents. Normally, we're very used to kind of closely analyzing what the U.S. president says, taking it very seriously, because these are normally very considered remarks, right? A president thinks about what he, as it always has been the case, he says and what the policy is before he talks. And generally speaking, the administration is also very careful to stay kind of on message about things. And that's not the case with Donald Trump, right? He just says what he thinks in the moment.
Yeah, he does.
That doesn't mean that we shouldn't take anything he says seriously, but it does mean we should realize he's just sort of talking from his gut all the time. And so it doesn't mean that what he's saying reflects real plans or anything he thinks or feels very deeply about. I think that's really important because it's definitely different from how we normally analyze U.S. presidents and their comments. So to Iran, I mean, again, it's difficult to say. In the last interaction, you kind of saw the Iranian regime being a little more careful about escalation than the American regime, which is not normally what you would expect. And you saw a kind of cautious response out of Tehran. It's possible that that would be the case again. I mean, there are a lot of reasons why it makes sense for them. They are, facing a lot of challenges right now. They're quite embattled. And so they're already very vulnerable. Now, at the same time, you could say, okay, if they're feeling very vulnerable and attacked from inside and outside, then this would give them even more reason to react strongly. So I think it's really hard to say which way they would go, but certainly everyone involved should be cautious that they might not be as restrained this time, depending on the sort of depth and breadth of whatever attacks might come.
Can I pick up on one point you made, Rachel, and also what Brandon was saying about considered statements from the President of the United States? They've always been given their due weightage, and maybe over here it's a little different. But then the question is, if you're a country at the receiving end of one of these comments and certain threats are being made, which threat is a threat and which threat is not credible? How do you make that determination? What do you consider and what don't you? How does one do that?
So, I mean, it's very difficult, which means also, my job and Brandon's job these days is not an easy one. The best advice I can give, it's at least the advice sort of that I use, is when you really have to worry about something is when kind of what Trump's saying and Trump's instincts on something do overlap with the security concerns and apparatus. And in Venezuela, you have something like that, right? So Trump and his administration, they're not overly concerned with international law and these kinds of international niceties, as Stephen Miller called them, right? So they're willing to do things that might have been problematic for U.S. administrations in the past. And at the same time, you really do have a very strategically important country in the Western Hemisphere, close to the United States, that was in close cooperation with Iran and China and Russia, right? So you do have kind of serious security analysts in and out of the administration who see Venezuela as a very big vulnerability in a context, let's say, of conflict with China in the near future. and you have kind of Trump's instincts about this, and they overlap. And that's why the strike in Venezuela makes sense. So and where they don't overlap, and in my mind, military
what if Trump thinks to take
Greenland,
a
for example,
is
where they don't overlap.
Yeah, that would
they
suck.
don't see the security apparatus being in line with Trump's thinking about that. Now,
yeah, I'm not okay with people taking
would I take that to the
stuff.
bank? I'm not sure, right? It's still Trump in the end. He still is the president. He doesn't have people in his administration, or frankly, so far in the Senate, who are willing to stand up to him. That's the big sort of exclamation point and a question mark in all of this. But that's the best advice I have is, if something is consistent and if something is aligned with the security analysis and the Trump vibe, let's say, then that's what I would be extra concerned about.
It's a handy tip you're making over there, and it's a good thing that this is it's a stream, but it's also available as a video on demand. So your comments will stay on YouTube, and we'll see what it's like in the next few weeks. But Brendan, you had a point to make.
I agree with that, with Rachel's comments completely. The only thing that I would add is, in the midst of the volatility that the world is experiencing, I'm thinking about Europe in particular, where we're sitting at the moment. The response from the Europeans in regard to Greenland, the response from the Europeans in regard to Venezuela, that's been kind of mixed. Personally, I don't understand how you don't have 27 EU member states signing that letter immediately. But you see in Brussels, there's a little bit of slow to response. How do we carefully craft this message? And it just screams of the dependence that the Europeans have with regard to Washington. That I think for the Europeans, this is yet again a wake-up call that the United States is an incredibly important ally of Europe that will likely remain the case for years to come. But the Europeans have some work to do here at home when it comes to engaging in its own security and defense and becoming more independent and becoming more strategically autonomous, if you will. That's a somewhat outdated phrase, but
we're gonna find
I think it
something
still remains the case that if you look to this U.S. partner now, with a look to its comments regarding Greenland, with a look to how it's
I just don't get it. It's like, if he's able to have military and troops in Greenland since 1951, right? Then like, I don't understand why he just doesn't do that. Like, if that's the real issue, and then want to say Denmark, and blame Denmark and be like, oh, well, they can't, they're not building up their military. But it's like, but you're allowed to do that. You can do that. Since 1951, you can have military presence there. You can have military bases there. You just have to let Greenland and Denmark know. That's what the thing said earlier. So, Minnesota fraud hearing, I guess there's that happening right now. I don't care about that at the moment. Although that's a whole thing. That's a whole thing. Not world news though. That's more of like a United States kind of thing. Anyways, White House considers options to acquire Greenland, including using U.S. military seabase mornings. Let's check this out.
We're going to begin.
Or wait, did we already see this one? Why was that highlighted already? No, it says 8 minutes ago. We didn't see this. That's weird that was already highlighted probably from earlier when I had the other thing. But anyways, yeah, and I didn't click like. So we got White House considers options to acquire Greenland. Including U.S. military. Including
Begin
using
with this, the new signs that
military.
President Trump is very serious about trying to take over the territory of Greenland. The White House says he's considering options, including military force, which could lead to a conflict with NATO allies. Now, this comes as we learn more about the raid to capture former Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. We also have a network exclusive with Tony, whose interview with opposition leader Maria Corina Machado is making news today. So Weijia Zhang is at the White House. She's covering all of this for us. Weijia, you got a lot to do. Good morning to you.
Good morning. President Trump has floated the idea of taking over Greenland since his first term, but now he and his team are poring over ways to do it, including the use of the U.S. military. Meanwhile, the president says that oil that Venezuela turned over will be sold at market price, and he will control the profits.
It was brilliant tactically. It was an incredible thing.
President Trump revealed more details about the raid to capture Nicolas Maduro.
See, I don't get why. See, I'm on board with you guys on this. Like, that's why I don't understand why people like think that like I'm like pro-Trump just because I said Maduro's a bad guy and maybe it's not a bad thing to snatch him up, right? Like the Greenland thing, I don't understand. There's no reason for the United States government to take Greenland, right? I don't get it, but
Touting the operation as a major success.
It was so complex. 152 airplanes, many. Talk about boots on the ground. We had a lot of boots on the ground. But it was amazing.
CBS News has.
I mean, it was a pretty crazy street. We seen the video on that. That was like that was like Hollywood level type. Like it was like watching a Hollywood movie. Actually, like there was a lot of involvement actually in that. It was crazy.
Learned that as Maduro and his wife tried to escape into their safe room, Delta Force commandos threw flashbangs in their direction. Officials say they were bleeding when captured. Venezuelan authorities confirmed at least 24 of their officers were killed in the weekend attack, while the Pentagon says 2 American service members are still recovering from injuries.
We have the most powerful, most lethal, most sophisticated, and most fearsome. It's a fearsome military on planet Earth.
As questions remain about Venezuela's future, new ones are emerging about Trump's quest to take over Greenland.
Yeah.
We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security.
The self-governing territory of Denmark, a NATO partner, is located off the coast of Canada, making it a prime spot to monitor potential threats to the U.S. And Greenland is rich in rare earth minerals, crucial in developing modern technology.
25 out of the 34 evidently are in Greenland, guys.
But Danish officials have long rejected Trump's proposal to acquire Greenland. And in a joint statement, European leaders blasted the idea, declaring Greenland belongs to its people.
That was yesterday. It's dated for January 6th.
Congressional Democrats are also issuing warnings about pursuing it.
Nothing would lead to the absolute destruction of NATO more than American aggressive action against a long-term ally like Denmark.
And while America already has a strategic...
Well, yeah, NATO, like that would kind of like, what would happen with NATO there, right? Like NATO would kind of like, I don't know. Would it just cease to exist at that point? Like it would just destroy NATO?
military presence.
If Greenland is taken by the U.S., it's war between Europe and U.S. Yeah, I know. I completely understand that. I don't understand it either, guys. Like I'm with you on this one, Hellivorse. Like I don't think Trump should be taking Greenland. I don't think it. So don't get it twisted. Just listen to what we're saying here. I don't think this is right any more than you think it's right. The Maduro thing, different situation though. So don't get them confused. That one's complex, and I completely understand why people are so divided on the Maduro thing, for sure. For sure.
In Greenland, the White House is saying the U.S. deserves more access. The official statement reads the president and his team are discussing a range of options to pursue this important foreign policy goal. And of course, utilizing the U.S. military is always an option at the commander-in-chief's disposal.
It's basically just a threat, right? It's just kind of like, oh, well, we're just going to throw that in. Oh, the U.S. military. Oh, it's just always an option,
Meanwhile, CBS News has learned that Secretary of State Marco Rubio had a slightly different story for lawmakers during a congressional briefing, telling them that Trump wants to buy Greenland and not take it with military force.
And that's the thing, too. It's like, why would she say that then if it wasn't a threat, right? Oh, well, just remember, using U.S. military is always an option, blah, blah, blah. That's a threat, right? That's a threat. But then the other guy's like, oh, no, we're not going to do that. Oh, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to buy it. Well, yeah, but then what? But what happens if they don't want to sell it, though? Right? Is that what oh, yeah, but remember the military. Is that what it is? Basically, it's like, okay, well, sell it to me or military threat, right? That's kind of what it's sounding like here, right?
Ouija, thank you.
Oh, I guess that was the end of the video, guys. Let's see here. Putin wants Alaska back also. Could he just take it? No, he shouldn't, right? Didn't he sell it to us or something? Yeah, and Putin shouldn't have took Ukraine. We're playing the board game Risk. I mean, it seems like it, right? It seems like it. Yeah. I'm not here to sugarcoat the truth. Da-da-da. Yeah, nobody's asking you to sugarcoat the truth, but I don't know what you're. I don't know what's going on in the chat exactly. So if there's any arguments, this and that, just try to play somewhat fair, guys. That's all. We're all adults here. Most of us should be adults, I would assume. So let's go back here. We're gonna check out, see what's going on, see what else is going on. We got. Oh, that's the Minnesota fraud hearing. I don't care about that right now. I think there's supposed to be something at like 11. I thought that had something to do with the Greenland thing. Or maybe Venezuela, I can't remember. Some sort of hearing or something, I'm not quite sure. We'll check that out. It's only 10:09 now, so. Check this out real quick. See what's going on here just for a few. And I found the place, actually. If you look the other way, though, I had it on my... Oh, wait, it was earlier. Hold on, let me see if I can find it again. Yeah, it was right here. The Puento International, Simon, blah, blah, blah. And I took a picture, ran it through the Google, Gemini, whatever. And it said it was on the Colombian side. So somewhere in here, but you can't get much closer. But like the actual border's like up there. And I'm pretty sure this is like the right area. You just can't get like close enough, but it's like down. Yeah, this is as close as you can get, but you can see the border thing there. And this isn't, I mean, it's turned around. But if it showed the other view. All right, let me see. We're gonna... see if there's anything. Gotta move a couple things around on my other screen here. And I'm gonna search for Greenland X. And let's see here. Actually, I'll just keep that. I'll unmute that. I'll keep that up. And then I'll just smush this in. Right here. We can check out both. So we got yeah, here we go. Right here, there's a meme. Are they still talking about Epstein? Yes, sir. Show me where Greenland is on the map again. You know, and that's a lot of people do kind of think it might be like a distraction from like the whole Epstein file thing, because like as soon as stuff started coming out with Trump's name in it, now we're trying to take over the world kind of thing. We got a joint statement on Greenland. What's this? Okay, this is the one that they referenced in that video. Joint statement on Greenland. Statement by President Macron of France, Chancellor Merz of Germany, Prime Minister Meloni of Italy, Prime Minister Tusk of Poland, Prime Minister Sanchez of Spain, Prime Minister Starner of the United Kingdom, and Prime Minister Frederiksen of Denmark on Greenland. Arctic security remains a key priority for Europe and is critical for international and transatlantic security. NATO has made clear that the Arctic region is a priority, and European allies are stepping up. We and many other allies have increased our presence, activities, and investments to keep the Arctic safe and to deter adversaries. The United Kingdom of Denmark, including Greenland, is part of NATO. Security in the Arctic must therefore be achieved collectively in conjunction with NATO allies, including the United States, by upholding the principles of the UN Charter, including sovereignty. Sorry, I can't say that word, guys. Sovereignty. Sorry. I don't know why. Territorial integrity and the inviolability of borders. These are universal principles, and we will not stop defending them. The United States is an essential partner in this endeavor as a NATO ally and through the defense agreement between the United Kingdom of Denmark and the United States of 1951. Greenland belongs to its people. It is for Denmark and Greenland, and them only, to decide on matters concerning Denmark and Greenland. So that's that was a joint statement by a bunch of people as of yesterday. So what are your thoughts on this, guys? Greenland is pretty large, in my honest opinion. Yeah, big country. Pretty big country. Largest island in the whole world. Wait, what about Australia? Is Australia bigger? I don't know. We will never give up the Arctic. China's getting resources from places we forgot about. What places? Where are they getting resources from? Australia is a continent, not an island. Well, yeah, but it's surrounded by water. I mean, because somebody made a definite. I mean, I get that that's the official definition and stuff, but like, if you zoom out enough on the thing, it's surrounded by water, right? Looks like a big ass island to me. I'm not a geologist though, so I don't know, right? For fuck's sakes, I never thought I would experience World War III in my lifetime. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I don't think we all actually thought that. None of us really thought that, but I think this is leading up to it, right? I mean, you guys think so? So this is... presumably on the Colombian side of this border. Just people going in and out of Venezuela. We're gonna find something else. Yeah, we just have just memes and yeah, right here we don't need Greenland. We need healthcare, social security, education, jobs, and affordability. See, I agree with that. That's facts right there. That's what we need. Oh, and some public transportation. Can we get some of that too? Like walkable cities would be cool. Even though I don't live in a city, but like a lot of other people do. Wow, yeah, when talking about Greenland, Ted Cruz said, to become an American is the greatest gift we can give anyone on planet Earth. What an arrogant asshole. Yeah, that is pretty, that's pretty, asshole thing to say right there, right? I mean, come on now. These memes are crazy. All right, look, what do we got here? Canada and Denmark are allies and partners in our shared responsibility for the security and resilience of the Arctic. Oh, we're going through the actual border now on the thing. We're at the border. As I reaffirmed to Prime Minister Frederiksen today, Canada will always support the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Denmark, including Greenland. Together, we'll keep working to secure peace in Ukraine and across Europe. So, okay, so if shit goes down and Trump takes Greenland, then it seems like Canada's fighting on Denmark's side, and Canada's direct neighbors. World War III's happening in the Americas, guys. I think so. It could be, right? World War I, World War II was basically in Europe, right? Besides, of course, you know, the attack on Pearl Harbor, if that counts. But World War III is going to be over this way too. It's going to be a global thing, really. It's not going to be restricted to Europe. Tell that to Trump. But if you get Texan citizenship, that's even better, haha. Hey, I mean, the people in Texas think that, right? Are you in here, John? John's from Texas. We don't give a shit what your politicians say or don't say. We are watching what your government will do. Okay. Hey, I'm just sharing the news. We're learning about the world, guys. This is going on in the world. And I have a platform here. It's relevant. We're learning together, guys. We're seeing what's going on. And that's just what we're doing here. So, technically, Greenland is part of the North American continent. Yes, it is, actually. That's what I'm saying. The Americas. The Americas. That's what I'm saying with World War III. It'll be, you know, Greenland, Canada, right? All of the North American, you know, United States. If Canada's fighting for Greenland, you know, they're right there. I mean, Canada's got a nice army. They got a very nice army, and they're our neighbors, so. Sorry, Charlie, no offense. I know I'm rude. Hey, hella versed. I mean, at least you admit it, or at least you're aware, right? I admit all the time I know I'm dumb when I say dumb shit, so, I mean, hey, that's all we can do. The American continent has nothing to do with the USA. No, yeah, she knows that. Do a geo game on Greenland next time. Yeah, we will. And sorry about not doing GeoGuessr streams lately, guys. This whole world events thing's happening and this and that, and you know, I was gonna do a stream yesterday. So yesterday my power went out and everything. So that got fixed. But then by the time that got fixed, Anthony was back from the bus, this and that, and I started having a headache, and so I just didn't get live again. But I was planning on doing a GeoGuessr stream yesterday, but then again, it just didn't happen. Headache. And so anyways, we're gonna go ahead and see what we got going on. Right here, the USA already has a defense agreement with Denmark that gives them exclusive and full military access to Greenland, but they're not using it. They have downgraded their presence by 99%. Oh, really? Now apparently they are telling their base that they need to invade and annex Greenland. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, if they got, let's see this picture here. Yeah, so we got historic American military presence in Greenland, 15,000 troops at its peak. And then over here, okay, like, what do you mean historic presence? There's no dates, so that's kind of like, at least give me a time period, right? I mean, that would be a little bit helpful. And then, so now we got Greenland today with a Pitifik space base. Just one base, huh? Which, that's it. So, what's the problem? Why are they downgrading their military there and then bitching about needing more security, right? Like, that's the problem. That's the big issue. Doesn't make sense unless he's just trying to steal some minerals, right, guys? Left image was during the Cold War. Okay. Trump says he can just take Greenland, and who is stopping the EU from taking Alaska? Hey, I mean, seems like it's anybody's game at this point, right, guys? Just playing. Netherlands can take Indiana if you want it, and then I can be, then I can have a Dutch citizenship and just travel freely. No, as much as I'd like to, realistically, I can't do that for like 10 years as far as like trying to move anywhere. Low-level military assistance. What happened to the minerals deal in the Ukraine? Yeah, what did happen to that, right? Let's see right here. Greenland as viewed from a proper map. Why Greenland? Well, because Moscow bases almost all their strategic military assets on the Kola Peninsula next to Finland. This is where the Russian ICBM silos, submarine bases, and their strategic bombers are. If you look at the flight path, ballistic or powered, from Kola to anywhere on the lower 48, then everything goes over Greenland. Greenland is the theater where any strategic exchange between Washington and Moscow is contested. If you want to intercept a ballistic missile, the best point to do so is at the apogee at the top of the flight path. The shortest route for an interceptor to get to an apogee is from directly below the apogee. That's where Greenland is. So without stating what should happen here, this is why the Trump administration says they need Greenland for national security. The other thing is happening, the other thing that is happening is that the northern passage through the Arctic is opening up, and soon there will be Chinese cargo ships sailing through the Arctic to Rotterdam. It's faster than the Suez, and the ships aren't limited to Suezmax size. So China and EU sorry, I had to change my thing there. Let's see. This means that Chinese submarines will also be venturing under... Oh, wait, no. So China and EU trade is going to accelerate a lot. There we go. This means Chinese submarines will also be venturing under the Arctic into the northern Atlantic if they aren't already doing so. Hence, the northeast coast of Greenland serves not one but two critical strategic security objectives of U.S. national security. If this wasn't clear to you, please understand that the Mercator Global Map projection is for children and journalists only. It is not a useful guide to where any countries or territories actually are in the real world that we live in. Well, yeah, you got to look at an actual globe, right? No self-respecting adult should be using the Mercator for their worldview. Anyone saying that there must be some other secret reason for Trump being interested in Greenland is certified ignoramus. Well, it's minerals too, but like, yeah, military, strategic, blah, blah, blah. But like, the thing is like, there's that agreement. They can do that since 1951, right? So like, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, right here. Readers added context they thought might, that people might want to know, right? It says, it's important to note that the U.S. already has bases in Greenland, including the Pitafik Space Base, formerly Thule Air Base. Both Denmark and the U.S. signed a treaty, Kaufman Treaty 1941 and 1951, that allowed the U.S. to build bases in Greenland. If they can build bases in Greenland, then why do we need to take Greenland? This makes no sense, guys. This makes no sense. I mean, it's the early 2000s, man. Yeah, the early 2000s was great. It sure was. So, I'm going to go ahead and move this off the screen. I'm going to go see if there's any more coffee in there for me. I'll full screen this for you guys. I'll be back in just a minute. Make sure you hit like if you can. I would definitely appreciate it. It does help the algorithm. Chat away helps the engagement rate, which helps the video spread to more people. And we're just trying to see what's going on. We're going to find more stuff. We're not just going to keep watching this forever. So we'll get to some more stuff after I get back with another beverage. All right. So hold on, I gotta be back. I'll be back again. Something. All right. We're going to go back to YouTube. We're going to see if there's anything else going on. We got Russia versus U.S. nuclear North Sea standoff. This guy's live talking about something. Let's see. Russia flag tanker seized by U.S. Coast Guard after slipping past Venezuela blockade. Hold on, we gotta check this out. So this would be like the actual military footage of like the thermal scan stuff or something. So if we're seizing a Russia flag tanker, like that's probably not good, right? Video suggestion about the reaction of European leaders towards Trump's plans of Greenland. Yeah, throw it in the chat. We'll check it out. I looked at one earlier. Sure there's more. So yeah. I know the link may not work. I know that. Just like the title and maybe the channel name or something, and I'll be able to search for it after this video. I was happy in the army with my feet on solid ground, fighting on ships and the sea below terrify me. Have you seen the video of the cops getting almost boarded by pirates? I think I did, actually. I think I did see that video. It's crazy. I've said it many times, we're going to take back our oil. So it's just showing them running into the ship then. I wonder what else is going on inside the ship. Okay, yeah, what do we got here? Fair and balanced, European leaders warn Trump to stay away from them. Okay, I'll just do it now. I was trying to do it on my other screen, but... Okay, so... Right here, European leaders warn Trump to stay away from them. Hold on a second. I like that. I'm trying to update the title of the video here in the bottom at least, like if we're watching a specific something, right? Okay, cool. There we go. And then yeah, the channel's fair and balanced. Should I give it a like? All right.
Many years now, Donald Trump has been crowing about the fact that the United States needs Greenland. He talked about it in his first administration. He talked about it while President Biden was president. And of course, he has repeatedly said it this past year, the first year of his second term. But the rhetoric about needing Greenland, as Donald Trump said, he said, we need it, has increased since his assault on Venezuela last Saturday. And the rest of the world is not taking this as idle chatter anymore. As I previously pointed out, Trump actually doing to Venezuela what he did shows the entire world that he is crazy enough to do these things.
I seen your Twitch comment too.
His mind is so gone. Not only is there no filter on what he says, but there's no filter on the actions. So anytime he hints at going into another country or going into a territory and taking it away from the people who control it, we now have to take that as a serious threat. And that is exactly what leaders in Europe did this week. They came out, leaders of multiple different countries and, of course, with NATO, and released a statement warning Donald Trump, you better stay the hell off our continent as you try and fantasize about taking over Greenland. Leaders from France, Germany, Italy, Poland, Spain, and the UK issued a joint statement on Tuesday alongside Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen, reaffirming that the island's future was a decision for its own citizens.
Wait,
the statement said, quote, Greenland belongs to its people. It is for Denmark and Greenland and them only, and to decide on matters concerning Denmark and Greenland. Arctic security remains a key priority for Europe, and it is critical for international and transatlantic security. We and many other allies have increased our presence, activities, and investments to keep the Arctic safe and to deter adversaries. Security in the Arctic must therefore be achieved collectively in conjunction with NATO allies, including the United States, by upholding the principles of the UN Charter, including sovereignty, territorial integrity. Basically, you can't have it. The UN says you can't have it. NATO says you can't have it. The countries in charge say you can't have it.
But don't take it.
You are not welcome. That is a very good thing, okay? That it's wonderful that these leaders of these different countries
I try to read all the chat
together and put out this statement saying, not going to happen, buddy. Because not only does it show a united front should Donald Trump try something, but it also shows that these world leaders now fully grasp how insane the President of the United States is. That's the most important part of it. They know this guy is effed in the head, and he is. And they are not going to sit idly by while he makes these threats that he could just randomly one night act on. The world sees that this man is mentally unstable, just like they do with Vladimir Putin, who Donald Trump still admires to this day. And he is coming very, very close to being Vladimir Putin here in the United States.
I mean, if he takes Greenland, then yeah, I mean, it seems like possibly he's going to be on that level, right? Like, that's why I always tell people, like, I'm not on one side or the other. Sometimes bad people can do something good. Sometimes good people can do something bad. You know, it's a situational thing for me, right? It's all situational.
But the rest of the world is not going to tolerate it. Now, militarily, I mean, let's be honest, we spend more than anybody else by, tenfold.
Right.
Can they match us militarily? Probably not.
No.
But
That's
can
not the
they
point.
hurt us in many other ways that would hurt all of us, not just, Trump?
Well, yeah, because like we rely on the entire world. That's the thing. It's like none of our stuff is here. Like we don't have like America. There's there's not like a huge American manufacturing thing no more. Like most of our stuff's in other countries. Most of our, you know what I'm saying? Like it's a global network, right? So like when you piss off the globe, well, I mean, I don't want to be isolated over here like North Korea is, or like what Russia's trying to do to themselves. Like, that's not what I want to happen to this country, but like, I'm not the one in charge. All I can do is just check out what's going on here, right?
Yeah.
LOL, Charlie, do you know what prostate pirate means? I got a general idea. Yeah.
Yes, they can. And they're not afraid to pull those metaphorical triggers if they need to. Trade, travel, all of it. Military cooperation.
Yeah, I don't like the tariffs either.
Threatened to withdraw long before the Venezuela thing. They have many different avenues to cause a ton of pain to us here in the United States.
It rhymes, I'm sorry.
I think that this joint statement that they all put out was the shot across the bow. We're right here. We know what you want to do. We might not be able to fight you physically, but we can fight you financially. And that's a fight that in your fragile condition, America, you're not going to be able to win.
And another thing too is like America, it is one of those melting pot type countries, right? Like we have a lot of people here from everywhere, right? And that's kind of like what made America great in the beginning, right? Why everybody wanted to live in America, and the American dream way back in the day, and America was advancing pretty fast back then, right? But that was back then, right? Like it got to a point where that just is a stalemate, and after World War II, everything's, and Europe's passing us up in a lot of ways. But like the thing is, if we piss off everybody in the world, half of our country's made up of people that has ties with everybody else in the world, right? A lot of immigrants, a lot of whatever, So it's kind of like, we wouldn't be in a good position to do that because everybody else could just tell their people here, like all the Danish people, right? All the Danish people that live in the United States, they can be like, hey, go cause some hell, right? Go fuck some shit up. If it's a wartime situation, right? And there's Danish people that's here in the United States, in a technological type, maybe they're working at a power company, right? Then they could fully just get a hold of this Danish person that lives here and be like, hey, shut the power down, stuff like that, right? So like they could absolutely mess us up in so many other ways. It doesn't have to be militarily at all. They could crumble us from within, and we're already doing that ourselves anyways, right? I mean, it's so split over here in this country. We're already fighting so much that we're kind of crumbling, but yeah.
Thanks for watching.
Okay, that was the end of that video. Thanks for watching. All right, let's see here. Ew. The dog just came in here and put his he just like drank water. I hate when he does that. I'll be laying in bed too, and he'll go to his water bowl and like drink a bunch of water in his face, and his whiskers all wet. I'll be laying there on the edge of the bed. He'll come up and just like plop his wet face right there on my arm or the edge, like right where I'm sleeping. I got a big old wet, nasty spot that stinks like a dog slobber all over my elbow this time. Anyways, let's see what else is out there. Let's see. There's something going on at 11. I thought there was some sort of hearing. Let me hold on here. Hey, Google, isn't there some sort of a hearing or something in regards to like Venezuela or Greenland or something like that happening around 11?
It looks like you're right on the money. There is a massive amount of activity today, Wednesday, January 7th, 2026, regarding both Venezuela and Greenland. The hearing you're likely thinking of is the ongoing fallout from the US military raid on Venezuela that occurred this past Saturday. Here is the breakdown of what is happening around this time. 1. Venezuela, court appearances and congressional briefings. Maduro's prosecution. Following his capture by US forces, Nicolas Maduro was scheduled for formal notification of charges in a New York federal court earlier this week. Today, the focus has shifted to the interim government, under Delcy Rodriguez, and US control over Venezuelan oil. Congressional action. There is a major push in the US Senate today for a war powers resolution to prohibit further military action in Venezuela without congressional approval. Classified briefings involving Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth have been happening on Capitol Hill to update lawmakers on the next steps. 2. Greenland. The next target tensions. The 11 a.m. connection. While there isn't a single public hearing titled Greenland at 11 o'clock sharp, Denmark and Greenland's foreign ministers have been urgently seeking a meeting with Marco Rubio this morning. The threat, tensions peaked just hours ago, after the White House issued a statement saying that the US military is always an option for acquiring Greenland, which President Trump has designated a national security priority to counter Russian and Chinese influence in the Arctic. Summary table, January 7th, 2026. Topic. Status. Key figure. Venezuela.
Okay, so it didn't tell me a lot. I mean, it said that there's a thing. It said it wasn't called Greenland. I don't know, guys. I thought there was something. Does anybody know what's going on with that? Your Google sounds mildly British. Hey, British accent's great. Love the British accent. You know, that's the thing with the British accent is like they could be like so rude and mean and be saying some nasty things, but like if they're saying it in like a strong British accent, it sounds so fucking nice and lovely, doesn't it? Like, it sounds polite and lovely. I don't know why. The accent it's just great. I love it. I wish I had a British accent. All right. Right here, watch live. House convenes as U.S. forces seize 2 Venezuelan linked oil tankers. Let's check this out. Let's see what this is.
Post, the Bronxville Bulletin, the Harrison Herald, the Larchmont Ledger, as you can see, alliteration still has its appeal, and the New Rochelle Review. Editors Cynthia Pena and Joyce Farrell ensure timely local news reaches the readers in each community, as well as the readers of Westchester Jewish Life, which is always available in local synagogues and temples. Other key Shoreline executives round out the local team, Lawrence Levine and Mary DeYoung. Thank you, Shoreline Publishing, from the floor of House of Representatives, for continuing to keep local news at the forefront of our hometowns. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Cismani, for 5 minutes.
All right, let's see what this is, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with a heavy heart to honor my friend, Dr. Calvin Baker, an education giant in our community who sadly passed away on December 26th this past year. It is nearly impossible to put into words what Cal meant to our community, so Nancy, I am so sorry for your loss. Cal Baker was a truly devoted husband, father, and friend, and a transformational leader in public education. For 32 years, Cal served as a superintendent of the Vail School District, dedicating his life to students, to educators, and families across Southern Arizona. During his tenure, Cal pioneered K-12 education in Arizona, guiding Vail's...
Yeah, so, right here. U.S. says military is always an option for acquiring Greenland. This is
concerns over U.S. plans for Greenland
from today, 6 hours ago.
Continue to mount in Europe. Concerns over U.S. plans for Greenland continue to mount in Europe. A report in the Wall Street Journal suggests that U.S. President Donald Trump's preferred option is to buy the autonomous territory from Denmark. But the White House has also issued a statement saying that all options remain on the table, including military action. Greenland and Denmark have requested an urgent meeting with the U.S. to make their positions clear.
The Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen looking visibly uneasy as she arrived to a meeting of European leaders on Ukraine. Another pressing issue was on her mind. getting firm support to push back against Donald Trump's Arctic ambitions. European leaders later issued a joint statement. Greenland belongs to its people. It's for Denmark and Greenland, and them only, to decide on matters concerning Denmark and Greenland. The strongest words came from the Spanish Prime Minister.
As a country, Spain, which believes in peace, diplomacy, and in the UN Charter, we cannot accept this. Nor can we accept that the territorial integrity of a European state such as Denmark can be threatened. We cannot accept it, and we will not.
It might be the world's biggest island, 6 times the size of Germany, but it knows it's a small player in a bigger geopolitical game. And the issue of Greenland's future has resurfaced in the wake of the US's attack on Venezuela. Greenland's Prime Minister Jens Frederik Nielsen is calling for a respectful dialogue. Denmark and Greenland had long been close allies of the United States.
They used
At
to
the height
be,
of the
right?
Cold War, America operated around 15 military bases and stationed 10,000 soldiers there. A presence later scaled down to only 1 base and just 200 troops. Many in Greenland are in disbelief and confused about the situation.
The last couple of days have been very, very emotionally turbulent, where you feel worried and think about our future. And a lot of thoughts start running through your mind.
I don't want to be American. I'm Greenlandic with a connection to Denmark, and that's fine.
I think the support for Greenland is much bigger in the world than you may pick up here on the street. And the dislike of Trump is much bigger than what you see.
Yeah.
Denmark's Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen has warned NATO could break apart if Trump turns his words into action. The real question for Denmark and Greenland is whether their European allies will step up to defend their sovereignty if that moment comes.
And for more.
Well, yeah, they will. If Trump takes Greenland, for sure World War III starting, right, guys? Like, what do you think? LOL, as a pro-Dutch channel, you get the heart on the... What does that mean? You forgot the rest of your sentence. ... What is... You forget, guys, I'm not that smart, okay?
On that, let's bring in Tyson Barker. He is a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council in Berlin. That's a nonpartisan American think tank. Tyson, it's good to see you. Let's pick up on the last question in that piece. Will European allies step up? What options do Europe and Denmark even have if the U.S. moves on Greenland?
Well, right now, the primary option, of course, is diplomacy. I mean, the United States and Europe are bound together in a net of treaty obligations, including a bilateral security treaty between Denmark and the United States. And they need to intensify engagement because clearly the United States is increasing its bellicose rhetoric in the wake of what has happened in Venezuela.
What's a bellicose rhetoric? Does anybody know what that means? Bellicose rhetoric? Let us know in the chat. That would be amazing.
I think that's the primary tool that they have in the toolbox right now is intensive diplomacy.
Trump, meantime, he is insisting that Greenland is vital for U.S. national security, but the U.S. has had a military base and presence in Greenland since World War II, since the end of World War II. Do we know how much more he wants?
It's hard to understand the Trump administration's rationale and logic behind their claims to Greenland. Everything that they have said that they need in order to secure American security, including basing rights, they essentially already have. As you mentioned, Greenland is essentially covered under NATO. They have basing rights since the end of the Second World War. It just seems to be more part of the logic of this kind of neo-Monroe doctrine that was outlined in the National Security
By the time Brussels is done debating if we should join, 3 world wars would have been fought in the meantime. Bureaucratic, yeah, that stuff sucks, don't it?
Strategy released last month, and that the administration seems to be operationalizing most recently in Venezuela.
The Wall Street Journal is reporting that Trump's preferred option is to buy Greenland. How could that even work?
Well, obviously, there's precedent for the purchase of a territory. The United States has several times in its history expanded by purchase, largely the Louisiana Purchase. A large swath of core American territory was purchased from France in the early 19th century, and then Alaska from Russia during the 1860s. So there is precedent there, and the Trump administration does like to draw on precedents to justify its current actions. But, those were willing purchases. That was not done. And, it was done in a different time, an era where those kind of land acquisitions were much more common. We're in a time, ostensibly, of a rules-based international order where territorial integrity and sovereignty are inviolable. And that's just not something that occurs as often today. But there is precedent there.
The White House has said that military force is also an option. Do you think that we could see an outright annexation? And how would that resonate in the U.S., especially with...
But the thing with this, though, is there was the guy that... Which they did say that. The White House, Carolyn Levitt or whatever, did say that she's like, well, remember... using military force, blah, 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 is always an option. But then there was the other guy, I can't remember his name. Was it Steven something? I don't know. He said that wasn't what was happening and that they were trying to buy it, but it's not for sale. So, like, what do you do, right? You just got to stop, right? Because it's like, if it's not for sale, but he's so adamant on getting it, then it kind of makes it seem like he's just going to try to take it. And that's not good. That's the start of World War III for sure, I think.
With Trump's MAGA base.
I mean, that's one of the big questions, is to see how, for example, its recent actions in Venezuela, its actions in Nigeria and elsewhere, this much more interventionist, much more unilateralist foreign policy is going to play with this core base, because the MAGA base is essentially, and that's been articulated by some of its biggest champions, much more isolationist, much more interested in investment at home. That's what America First is about. It's about, withdrawing any kind of expenditure of American wealth and resources abroad and investing it more at home, and kind of making the United States a fortress America. And we're still in the fallout from this weekend's events. So it's unclear how the MAGA base will completely, but it's clear that there's going to be divergence within his core constituencies.
Tyson, the Danish prime minister has warned that, any move on Greenland would mean the end of NATO. What sort of scenario planning do you think is going on right now behind the scenes?
Especially in the wake of recent events, I think that the leaders in Europe, the European NATO leaders in Canada, are planning for all possible scenarios. The one that they're going to be most visible on is the diplomatic angle, because they want to show Greenlanders, Americans, and Europeans that they are pursuing de-escalatory engagement. But they have to think about, how do you increase troop presence? How do you make sure that the will of the Greenlandic people and the rule of law is preserved in this scenario? And that could include anything, including, some kind of defense options that engage non-American NATO members.
Tyson Barker from the Atlantic Council. Thank you, Tyson.
Thank you.
All righty. Let's see. See what's popping up now. We've been watching a few of these videos, so the algorithm's going to start showing more stuff, I would assume, right? That's similar to that. Yeah, right here. U.S. seizes Russian-flagged oil tanker linked to Venezuela. So Russian-flagged oil tanker. This isn't good.
Breaking news with a major development.
All right, we got a Russian tanker. This is the one that we seen the earlier. We were watching the like the thermal footage of it happening, right? Like the night vision type footage. So if this is like a Russian link, like this right here might even start it, right? Like we're messing with something that's like with Russia, and you know, Putin's not going to like that, right?
Development just moments ago. Sources just confirmed to CNN that the United States has seized an oil tanker that had been linked to Venezuela. Now, Russia is responding to the seizure, saying they are the owners of this vessel. The Trump administration has not acknowledged the Russian status, claiming the ship to be stateless, but nevertheless, you can see the sensitive nature of the situation. Russia had sent ships to track and maybe even protect this vessel over the last 24 hours. The United States has been tracking it across the Atlantic. It's the same ship that the Coast Guard had tried to seize last month near Venezuela. They were unable to board it, and the ship changed course and fled. But now, the breaking news, the United States has seized it. Nick Robertson tracking the developments for us. Nick, what are you learning?
Full of oil, huh?
Yeah, over the last few days, John, U.S. Air Force has been flying P-8 surveillance aircraft tracking this ship as it came into the northern Atlantic. It's been heading sort of skirting wide of Ireland, heading up towards Iceland and that sort of gap to go towards the north of Russia, the Arctic Circle. Marine tracking experts believe a vessel of this size was likely headed towards Murmansk. That was the track that it was on, but that all came to a sudden screeching halt about 2.5 hours ago. Marine trackers noticing that the ship turned direction at that moment. And this really comports with the information we're getting now that the ship has been seized by U.S. military and Coast Guard. It has been tracked closely by them, as we say, since it fled the coast of Venezuela about.
So why did we take this ship, though? I understand the justification of, like, you know, perhaps like, you know, drug boats, right? You know, you got cartel members on boats full of cocaine, right? Headed to the United States with a bunch of cocaine that's going to be going to United States citizens and stuff like that. Part makes sense, but this is an oil tanker. Like it's clearly, it's becoming clear at this point. It's probably most likely definitely an oil thing, resources thing, power, dominance, sort of thing like that, with maybe the positive side effect of Maduro being took out of there and the Venezuelan people maybe being freed, perhaps. But
2 weeks ago, what makes this even more interesting, if you will, the ship, when it started its journey 2 weeks ago, was called the Bella One. Halfway along that route, it changed its name to the Marinera and reflagged itself as Russian. Not clear why. Were they trying to get protection from Russia? Was it always Russian? Unclear.
Wasn't that explained in the ops video? It was basically a flag operation to get their attention on the ship so Delta Force could move in on another place. So you're taking... Okay, so you're thinking that like this ship was seized as a distraction thing during the, like when they went into Caracas? Is that what's happening here?
Yeah, the port that it appeared to be headed for in the past couple of days does appear to have been a Russian port.
But then again, it said that like they tried seizing this ship a month ago. Right? And I don't think it's full of drugs, right? It's an oil ship. It's probably full of oil, not cocaine. So, you know, I don't know, guys. I don't know here. Yeah, that's how they explained it in the ops video, at least. I'm not sure. You could be right. I have a bad memory, and that could be it. But like, why did they try? Oh, so that means if that's the case, and they tried to seize this oil tanker last month, then perhaps they was going to perform the Maduro extraction last month, right? If they were able to take the boat or the oil ship, maybe that's when they were going to do the Venezuela strike, perhaps. Interesting.
But now that ship has turned around, no longer heading north, for the last couple of hours heading south. Not clear where it will end up. It is believed to be empty, or at least devoid of oil. We don't know what else or who else may be on board of it, but certainly enough for Russia to deploy military assets to try to give it some shadow of some kind of protection, and clearly not enough to deter the U.S. Coast Guard and the U.S. military assets that seized it a few hours ago, John.
All right, Nick Roberts.
Okay, yeah. The original op date for the capture was in December 5th. The White House did release that. Awesome. Okay, yeah, so that makes sense then. Okay, so that was just their diversion, kind of a distraction type tactic. All right, December 5th, it was going to go down. They pushed it off. When was the actual date? What was the actual date? Because it's the 7th now, it's Wednesday. When did it happen? Like last Friday or Saturday or something? What would that have been, like 4 days? Was it like the 3rd or 4th?
Robertson tracking the situation for us. Let's go to the White House now. CNN's Elena Treen is there. Elena, bring us up to speed on what you're hearing and whether the White House is saying anything about conversations they may be having with Russia about this.
Yeah, look, I'm actually, so this has been a big thing that they have been, considering, John, regarding the seizure of the oil tanker. And it comes, of course, as they have really made moves to seize other tankers off the coast of Venezuela. With the administration view largely on this is that they had already moved forward with this operation in trying to get what was previously known, as Nick laid out, as the Bella 1 oil tanker. And so this does add the fact that Russia has, tried to claim ownership of it, that they named the tanker, does add complications to it. But John, I do want to get to some of the new reporting I have as well and what we are learning about the Trump administration's conversations as it relates to Venezuela and what they need to do, the conditions they need to meet in order to resume oil production, which is, of course, one of the priorities for Venezuela and to continue with their economic stability. So sources have told me, White House officials, I should say, that the Trump administration has translated to Delcy Rodriguez, the now interim president of Venezuela, that in order to resume oil production and oil sales, they must sever economic ties with the United States' foreign adversaries. That includes countries like China, Russia, Cuba, Iran, all countries that have really been propping up what was Maduro's regime for so many years. They also said that they want Venezuela and the interim government to partner exclusively with the United States on this. Now, of course, this comes as the president has been making clear that a key goal in this entire operation and the next steps for Venezuela is to try and have the U.S. have a higher stake in their oil. I'm also told, according to a senior White House official, John, that the president is meeting with different oil executives at the White House on Friday. That includes companies like Chevron, which I should note is the only U.S. oil company currently operating with inside Venezuela, but also companies like ConocoPhillips and ExxonMobil. I'm told other American oil executives are expected to be at that meeting as well. This comes as the president has told others, he said this to Joe Scarborough on MS Now the other day, that essentially it's really all about the oil and that his priority is to make sure that the U.S. gets the oil. So this is going to be a huge topic of conversation, of course, as we look ahead, but also a key question, I think, lawmakers in the House and Senate who are getting a full all members classified briefing from the Trump administration today will have for those officials inside the room.
All right, Elena Treen at the White House for us, and our thanks to Nick Robertson, who's tracking the situation with that now.
All about the oil, right? They said it's all about the oil. Oh, hold on, the animals are knocking stuff down. I got a poster laying across the box. I'll be right back in a second, guys. Sorry, I had to fix my poster. Cats and the dog knocked it off. I have it leaning up over the thing. We got some, like a 5 British pound note that I had in the poster that fell out. I better put it over here so I don't get lost. Back to the video. Sorry about that.
Seized vessel. All right, Sarah.
All right, joining me now is Democratic Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy of Illinois, who is also running for Senate in that state. He sits on the House Intelligence Committee. Because we've just had this breaking news, this vessel has been seized. It now has a Russian flag on it. It is a Venezuelan oil tanker that reportedly does not have any oil in it, that is empty. What are your concerns here? And were you briefed on any of this?
No, not at all.
Is it really empty, though? I mean,
I think that this is obviously going to come up in our classified briefing in a couple hours. We have the right, obviously, to enforce international sanctions. However, nobody wants conflict or a war, and we don't want a situation of open hostilities with the Russians.
I also want to bring in CNN military analyst and retired U.S. Air Force.
Hold on, what? I was reading a comment and then I missed what he said. Sorry about that.
Your concerns here, and were you briefed on any of this?
No, not at all. I think that this is obviously going to come up in our classified briefing in a couple hours. We have the right, obviously, to enforce international sanctions. However, nobody wants conflict or a war, and we don't want a situation of open hostilities with the Russians.
I also want to bring.
Well, no shit. Right? No shit. Then don't touch their boats. Right? Pretty much. Pretty much. Because he's a detective, not a sheep, who kind of several contracts with Venezuela about the oilers there. Yeah, it's all about oil and all that stuff. Have I tried Pofferties yet? No, I want to, though. I don't have a Pofferties pan. Definitely off topic, but that's okay. OMG, definitely need the best Pofferties tent. Is a streetcar in Rotterdam. Oh, nice, nice. I guess Rotterdam has some good Pofferties, guys. So anyways, back to the video.
In CNN military analyst and retired U.S. Air Force Colonel.
For anybody watching that's not familiar with what a Pofferties is, it's kind of like, it's from the Netherlands. It's kind of like a little pancake, little Dutch pancake. They're super small, super round and puffy. Now you're filled in. Now you know what we're talking about.
Cedric Layton. We also have CNN Global Affairs analyst Kevin Dozier. Great to have you both. Cedric, I want to start off with you. Just a few minutes ago, we heard the news that the United States has now seized Bella 1, the oil tanker that's now under a Russian flag. It was in December under a flag of Guyana. The U.S. wasn't able to seize it about a month ago and now successful. Take me through what you're reading into the operations out at sea.
So a month ago, so they were going to take it, right? Like they were planning on taking this ship. It had a flag of Guyana a month ago. Now it has a flag of Russia. Well, if it's a so Russia owns it, but it's a Venezuelan linked tanker. Well, and then if it's like well, we don't want to mess with Russia. Okay, great. If it had the Russian flag on the big ass oil tanker, then maybe that's like your clue. Like if you don't want to mess with Russia, then probably don't like steal the boat that has the Russian flag on it, right? Or is there something I'm missing here? It seems kind of simple to me, but I don't know, guys. We're just figuring it all out together here, and looks like there's a lot of Pofferties chat going on, and they chat away.
Yeah, well, Eleni, this is a very sophisticated operation that took place here. It involved a lot of assets from both the U.S. Navy and the U.S. Coast Guard, as well as possibly some other assets, including special operations assets. So there was a movement of U.S. forces to Great Britain in the days just prior to the seizure today of the tanker Bella 1 / Marinera. And that is, a critical indicator that this ship had been followed by the U.S. and they had, for whatever reason, wanted to really focus on this tanker. So on the one hand, it's an oil tanker, but there may be some other things associated with this, because if the Reuters reports are correct that Claire mentioned, then there might be something else associated with this tanker, because the Russians moved assets, including possibly a submarine, to try to protect this. So from a purely military standpoint, when you look at how this was undertaken, it was a very sophisticated operation, and they did it in spite of Russian attempts to protect it. And those Russian attempts were apparently, based on these reports that we're getting, unsuccessful.
So if they're switching up flags, and then it says right here, or wait, it said it a minute ago that like after the Russian flag showed up on it. Yeah, right here, after Russian flag was painted on the hull, the vessel appeared on Russia's official register of ships. But before that, it was Guyana, right? Where's Guyana? That's right there by Suriname, right? Yeah, Guyana's right there by Suriname, top right of top right of South America there. So right next to Venezuela. Yes. Interesting. Something's going on with this ship, right? Maybe this is like a spy thing. Maybe it's not an oil tanker. It looks like an oil tanker. I mean, if they're running around switching up flags and switching up like what country owns it and all this kind of stuff, and then they're like, oh yeah, it's supposedly empty. Maybe there's something more going on with this oil tanker, right? People in the chat are talking about Trump should paint the thing, make it look nice again. Make the oil tanker look fresh again, right, guys? It does look pretty rusty. I will agree with you there. But I think this oil tanker holds secrets, right?
This because if
what about the Epstein files? This is all a distraction from that, right? Right? His name came out in the files, and then it's like, okay, well, like that one. There was a meme earlier. I don't know if you were in the stream earlier. There was a meme that we seen on X, and it was like, sir, something about the Epstein files, this and that, right? And he's like, oh, the Epstein file. Oh, tell me where the map of Greenland is again. Like, it's like, you know, yeah.
If the Reuters reports are correct that Claire mentioned, then there might be something else associated with this tanker because the Russians moved assets, including possibly a submarine, to try to protect this. So,
yeah, exactly. And that's the thing too. Why are they protecting, and why would they protect an empty oil tanker? Why would they need to protect an empty oil tanker? Submarines and everything else patrolling around and switching up country flags and the country of registration, and you know, he's gonna make it look like the greatest tanker, an amazing tanker, an American tanker. Yeah, right.
From a purely military standpoint, when you look at how this was undertaken, it was a very sophisticated operation, and they did it in spite of Russian attempts to protect it. And those Russian attempts were apparently, based on these reports that we're getting, unsuccessful.
All right, Kim Dozier also with us. Kim, what are you reading into this? I mean, President Trump making good on his word, frankly, and wanting Venezuelan oil. This is a tanker that they tried to seize and were unsuccessful.
But it's empty. There ain't no Venezuelan oil in there. And why would Russia be protecting it like that, right? I mean, there's more going on, to it, more involved for sure.
And of course, the question of Russia comes into play here as he tries to negotiate with them on the issue of Ukraine. Is this going to infuriate the Russians and all sides involved?
Is this going to infuriate the Russians? Was that a real question? Yeah, right? Yeah, you just stole their boat. If it's really their boat, I mean, who knows at this point, right? But dumb question. Of course it's going to piss off the Russians.
It may well do, but it seems that Trump is emboldened by the seizure of Maduro and riding high on the success of that and the lack of the world's sort of pushback. There have been some statements against it, but it has made.
But the thing with that is because it's Maduro. So it's like that's why it's so split, because it's Maduro, because the guy's an illegitimate president, because he's a dictator. You know, it's kind of like a gray line between, like, you know, what's right, what's wrong, international law, whatever. You got rid of a dictator, so it's easier to kind of let that one slide a little bit or make excuses for it, right? But there's nothing going, you know, when you're talking Greenland and all this other kind of stuff, and, you know, that's the double standard we have a problem with. It's not really, it's like, if you got a guy that's that evil and he's in charge of one of the 200 countries on earth, and he's putting millions of people's lives through hell, and he himself is just unaliving people left and right that opposes his regime, and he's not even a legitimate president, then it's kind of like, what if you follow international law, this and that, whatever, then nothing will ever be done about it. Then nothing will ever be done. It'll always be the same because the people in Venezuela don't have the power to do it themselves, right? So something had to happen there. That's the only thing. It doesn't make me a Trump supporter at all. I don't understand this Greenland thing. I don't understand, you know, why are we taking Russian boats when Russia will drop a nuke on us? That is not smart, right? That's fucking stupid. It's got a Russian flag on it. Sorry, leave it the fuck alone, really. It's got a Chinese flag on it. Leave it alone. You don't have to like it. but you should probably not mess with it, right? Just like if there's a fucking tiger in my front yard, I'm not going to be comfortable with that tiger being in my front yard, but you don't see me running outside to fight the motherfucker. I'm going to leave that tiger alone. I'm going to let that tiger do whatever the fuck that tiger wants to do, kind of thing, right? Does that make sense?
Trump realized and knew that when you're the superpower, there's nobody who can push back in the short term to stop you.
But Russia is another superpower. Russia can do something. For sure they can, so don't fuck with their boats.
And as Cedric was saying, there was a lot of Russian attention being paid to this ship, a lot of resources and assets protecting it, which makes you wonder, what the heck are they carrying? And now the U.S. is going to be able to find out. It also comes at the same time.
It shouldn't, but it does soften their response. Yeah, it does. You know, it's kind of like, with the Maduro thing, something kind of had to happen, right? Yeah. Is it always going to be the right way of how about going around doing things? And, you know, maybe not, because there's no real right way to do that, right? Like, how do you rightfully handle that situation with Maduro, right? Like,
time that both Russia and China are upset over the attack on one of their allies, Venezuela, that they rely on for oil. So it is a way of Trump sending.
Does Russia, though? Because I thought Russia had a lot of oil. Does Russia actually rely on Venezuela? Or actually, you know what? I think there is different types of oil, right? Have we not? We learned something recently, right? There's like different kinds of oil, different processing techniques, refining techniques that are useful in different scenarios. So I guess maybe some of the Venezuelan oil could be different than what Russia has and be useful in a different situation or something, right? Or maybe it's just trade bargain stuff. Like, it's all about the money, and oil is kind of like a global currency is what I'm thinking. I'm starting to realize. I don't know if that's true, but it seems like oil might be like kind of like a global currency, like in the world of like global leaders and power between countries and that sort of thing. So
sending a signal to those other would-be superpowers that he has a way of, you know, seizing the jewels and making them sit up and take notice. But there will be some sort of payback down the line. And I don't think the White House is really calculating that yet.
That's the thing, is they should be. You know, it's like, you can't just be thinking you can just be doing all this stuff without, like, you know, some actions or something happening, right? I mean, clearly. Let's see if there's. Get rid of that tab, get rid of that tab, get rid of that tab. We're going to refresh the page here, see if there's anything new popping up. I have to run to the bathroom real quick. Right here, live White House briefing after seizure of Russian flagged tanker linked to Venezuela.
Over the holiday break. And I know there is a lot of news out there today, both here at home and around the world. I will be happy to take all of your questions on all of that news. But first, I'm really honored to be standing up here today with esteemed members of the president's cabinet and his health team to make an important announcement with respect to the president's domestic promise to make America healthy again as we kick off the new year.
We're going to find
in
out
less
what's
than a
going
year
on with
in
this.
office, the president and his incredible MAHA team have made real progress on this front.
Sorry, that was so
Here are
loud for
just
you
a
guys.
few of the significant MAHA achievements thus
I'll be back
far.
in a minute.
More than a dozen food manufacturers and trade associations have made commitments to remove artificial and petroleum-based food dyes from their products. The Trump administration took strong action to bar hospitals from performing dangerous, irreversible, life-altering transgender procedures on children. The Trump administration announced funding awards to states through the Rural Health Transformation Program, an unprecedented $50 billion investment established under President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill. The Trump administration has also worked with 18 states across the country to ban junk food purchases using SNAP benefits starting this year. And thank you for leading that effort, Secretary Rollins. Additionally, President Trump took historic action to secure most favored nation drug pricing and secured deals with major pharmaceutical companies to massively lower the cost of prescription drugs. And those effects are being implemented as we speak. Americans are going to continue to see the result of these incredible deals the president cut. And I know President Trump and this team behind me worked incredibly hard to lower those drug costs for
She sounds
Americans.
happy.
On Monday, the CDC adopted common sense updates to America's childhood vaccination schedule based solely on the gold standard of science. This action empowers parents and physicians to make the best individualized decisions to protect our children, while also restoring much needed confidence in our public health system. And as a MAHA mom myself, I'm very grateful for that. So thank you, Secretary Kennedy. To build on this progress, the Trump administration is now updating federal nutrition standards and guidelines to ensure that Americans have the most accurate, data-driven information supported by science and hard facts, not special interests or partisan ideology.
Do you want
President
less
Trump
chemicals
has
in my
tasked two of the
food?
great individuals behind me, USDA Secretary Rollins and HHS Secretary Kennedy, with collaborating on this vitally important project. And today they are here to officially unveil the 2025 to 2030 dietary guidelines for America. These new guidelines are informed by the best and most reliable research on health and nutrition, particularly as it relates to the role of our diets and the prevalence of chronic disease in the country. They are also These guidelines are easy to read and understand, so every American, young and old, can access this information that literally has the power to change lives. But
Well, they're
going to
talk about the boat thing at some point, I guess.
These are the foundation to all federal food programs in our country. These new guidelines are going to update the food that is served to America's children in our public schools, to the plates that are served to our great men in uniform in our military, our veterans, and the food that they are consuming at the VA.
I hope they make our food
Guidelines
better.
are also going to impact nutritional programs for the needy in our country, such as WIC and Head Start. Unfortunately, for decades, federal dollars has promoted low-quality, highly processed foods
They don't eat them,
that lead to
right?
scores of long-term health issues, which means
They do
Americans
not.
have gone broke because of these health issues. Faulty dietary guidelines of the past stacked the deck against healthy eating and food options for everyday American families, which has fueled the chronic disease epidemic and jacked up the healthcare costs of households across the country. This failed approach in our public health system ends today. When these guidelines are followed, Americans will be saving themselves thousands of dollars. If we want to cut healthcare costs in our country, we must become a healthier country. According to the CEA, poor diet is the root cause of obesity, which accounts for $400 billion in medical spending each year. A healthier America will lead to a more affordable America. The new dietary guidelines from the Trump administration will ensure federal dollars go to real food to improve public health and therefore save the
Real
American
food,
people
huh?
their hard-earned cash over the course of their lives. So with that, I am going to hand it over to Secretary Kennedy. The great people behind me will give remarks, and then we'll get into Q&A for the officials that are here on this specific topic. They will leave because they're all very busy people, and then I will open it up to Q&A with the rest of you on the rest of the news in the world. So
The
thank
rest
you.
of the news in the world is what we're here for, guys. That's what we're here for. Is let's find out about this Venezuelan oil boat after RFK struggles to say stuff.
Decisive change in federal nutrition policy made possible by President Trump's leadership and the work of MAHA moms and public health advocates who demanded reform. Today, in accordance with President Trump's directive, Brooke and I will release the dietary guidelines for Americans 2025 to 2030, the most significant reset of federal nutrition policy in history. These guidelines replace corporate-driven assumptions with common sense goals and gold standard scientific integrity. These new guidelines will revolutionize our nation's food culture and make America healthy again. For decades, Americans have grown sicker while healthcare costs have soared.
Gonna let the dog in.
The reason is clear. The hard truth is that our government has been lying to us to protect corporate profit-taking, telling us that these food-like substances were beneficial to public health. Federal policy promoted and subsidized highly processed foods and refined carbohydrates and turned a blind eye to the disastrous consequences. Today, the lies stop. The new guidelines recognize that whole, nutrient-dense food is the most effective path to better health and lower healthcare costs. Protein and healthy fats are essential, and were wrongly discouraged in prior dietary guidelines. We are ending the war on saturated fats. Diets rich in vegetables and fruits reduce disease risk more effectively than many drugs. Whole grains outperform refined carbohydrates. Added sugars, especially sugar-sweetened beverages, drive metabolic disease, and today our government declares war on added sugar. Highly processed foods loaded with additives, added sugar, and excess salt damage health and should be avoided. As Secretary of Health and Human Services, my message is clear: eat real food.
Still talking about the food,
Nothing matters more for healthcare outcomes, economic productivity, military readiness, and fiscal stability. The dietary guidelines shape dozens of federal feeding programs, including Head Start. These standards affect 45 million school lunches every day. Meals
Lung
for
problems,
1.3 million
why they
active
joke.
duty service members, and food
No, I like this
served to
guy.
9 million
And I know he
veterans
has a
in
thing
VA
with his throat,
Today begins the work
spasmodic
of aligning those
dysphonia, whatever it
programs
is.
with affordable, whole, nutrient-dense food. Implementation requires coordination across the government. I'm working with many of my fellow cabinet secretaries to deliver results. I want to thank Bobby Mukamala, thank you very much, who is the president of the American Medical Association, for committing to mobilize the medical community on nutrition. And I thank also
I make
the
fun of
American
everybody,
Academy of
guys.
Pediatrics for
Don't take it
partnering
personal.
on this effort. I also look forward to working with Dr. Jay Bhattacharya and Dr. Marty McCary to fund and prioritize rigorous nutrition research at the NIH and at the FDA. The stakes are measurable and severe.
And sometimes my filter is not as
Johns Hopkins
filtery as it should be.
analysis estimates that 48% of every federal taxpayer dollar now goes to healthcare. The CDC reports that 90% of healthcare spending treats chronic disease. That means that 40%, 40 cents of every dollar that taxpayers pay in this country is going to treat diseases that could be averted through good food. The United
Andy
States
Trout
has
chat
the
just making
highest
cheap jokes about his
obesity and
voice.
type 2 diabetes rate.
Well, I did say, like, let's
We
listen to
spend 3
RFK
times
struggle
more
to say
per
something.
capita
I
than
did say
European
that, but
nation. The European Union on health
I mean, no harm. I make fun of myself, even.
Expectancy is 5 years lower, largely due to diet-related chronic disease. Our childhood obesity rate is 5 times higher than countries like France.
Oh, yeah, yeah, it is
1/3 of US
unfortunate, for
teens
sure.
have prediabetes, over 35% are overweight or obese, and 20% of young adults have non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. 77% of military
This is the kind of
aged
stuff that
Americans are ineligible
I'm
for
about. Like,
military
let's make
service
healthcare better. Let's
because
make our
of
food safer.
diet-related conditions.
I'm about this.
If a foreign adversary sought to destroy the health of our children, to cripple our economy, to weaken our national security, there would be no better strategy than to addict us to ultra-processed foods. It's shocking that our own government helped to drive these cataclysmic changes in our diet. The damage is real, it is preventable, and President Trump has ordered it to end. If the United States reduced obesity, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, and Alzheimer's to Japanese levels, we would save approximately $600 billion a year. About 50% of Medicare's projected long-term deficit, or $5,000 per family annually.
That's true. If you can make the food in the USA of higher quality, maybe you just export more of it.
42
That's true.
million
It's true.
Americans rely on SNAP, where common purchases include sugary drinks, candy, and chips.
Honestly, I think he should have been
78% of
president,
SNAP recipients are enrolled in Medicaid.
but Trump bought him out
90% of Medicaid spending goes to chronic disease.
or pushed him out. I don't know what
These incentives
happened, but
raise healthcare costs and undermine health. This must change. The new framework centers on protein and healthy fats, vegetables, fruits, and whole grains. And you can see the food pyramid here.
100% RFK would have been 10 times better president than Trump. Yeah, I agree.
It's upside down, a lot of you will say. But it was actually upside down before.
Trump's big thing was because Biden did a lot of bad for the country. Open borders wasn't good. The migrant crisis, that's a whole thing. That's the hatred for Biden is why Trump won that, I think.
I want to thank President Trump for his leadership and the partners committed to ensuring that federal food dollars support real food and better health. Thank you. And I want to introduce my
All
partner
fake people. Who's fake people?
and a friend, Brooke Rollins, who
Trump is just a rich bully. Perhaps.
Thank you.
Perhaps.
Well, good morning, everyone. Happy New Year.
Good morning.
What an honor to be here. I think this is Caroline's first press conference back, and what a great way to start the new year, 2026. I want to thank Secretary Kennedy. Your commitment to the well-being of Americans is such a blessing to this nation. We have been working on these new dietary guidelines really since almost day one. Bobby and I were voted on the same day and sworn in on the same day. So I think the partnership from minute one has been real and extraordinary. As Secretary Kennedy mentioned, America is in the middle of the worst chronic health crisis in our nation's history. Over 40% of the roughly 73 million children in the United States have at least one chronic health condition, and nearly 90% of healthcare spending goes toward treating people with chronic
You don't want to
disease.
wash your chicken in chemicals?
Secretary Kennedy mentioned that, but it is
Yeah, no,
really
I don't.
important
I don't
to
like
keep
that
underscoring
either.
that fact. This crisis is unacceptable. It prevents Americans from living healthy and happy lives. And for decades under both Republicans and Democrats, federal incentives have promoted low quality, highly processed foods and pharmaceutical interventions instead of prevention. As a result, nutrient-dense whole foods grown by America's farmers and ranchers have been increasingly displaced. The Trump administration is acutely aware of this danger, and today this announcement is making a major step in doing something about it. Thankfully, the solution is simple and should be non-controversial: eat real food. This is the main message of the new Dietary Guidelines for Americans 2025 to 2030, which encourage households and schools to prioritize whole, nutrient-dense foods. That means more protein, more dairy, more healthy fats, more whole grains, more fruits and vegetables, whether they are fresh, frozen, canned, or dried. We are finally putting real food back at the center of the American diet. Real food that nourishes the body, restores health, fuels energy, and builds strength. This pivot also leans into the abundant, affordable, and healthy food supply already available from America's incredible farmers and ranchers. By making milk, raising cattle, and growing wholesome fruits, vegetables, and grains, they hold the key to solving our national health crisis. And President Trump is mobilizing government to ensure families across America have greater access to these healthy foods. In the past 12 months, inflation has slowed and wages have risen for the first time in 5 years. Under President Trump's leadership, prices for everyday staples are declining, and more help is on the way. Recent data show that fruits, vegetables, dairy, and proteins, including eggs, pork, and ground beef, are becoming even more affordable every day for our American people. American households enjoy the most affordable and abundant food in the world, and today's release only reinforces that reality. A healthy meal is within reach for all American families. These new dietary guidelines are a framework which is meant to be customized to meet the needs, the preferences, and the financial status of all American families. For example, a meal including such items as pork or eggs or whole milk or cheese, tomatoes, other fresh and frozen fruits and vegetables, whole grain bread, corn tortilla.
When are they going to get to the
today right
boat
around
thing?
$3 for that meal. $3. And soon USDA will finalize our stocking standards, which means that those businesses in America that take the SNAP benefit, what they are required to stock in order to take that benefit, by the way, that's almost 250,000 retailers across America. that very soon we will be finalizing that rule that will mandate all 250,000 retailers in America double the type of staple foods that they provide for America's SNAP households. This means healthier options will be in reach for all American
More
families,
expensive here,
regardless of circumstance, at levels never seen before in our country. These dietary guidelines are foundational to so many USDA programs, and their introduction marks the first step in connecting America's schools and dinner plates to the best of American agriculture. Make no mistake, under President Trump's leadership, we are restoring common sense, we are restoring scientific integrity, and we are restoring accountability to federal food and health policy. The new guidelines are all about putting the well-being of Americans first, exactly where it should have been all along. This is the foundation that will make America healthy again, not just for those of us alive today, but for our children and our children's children and those coming behind.
Well, eventually we'll get to the oil
God bless
tanker.
American families. God bless the American farmer and rancher, and God bless America. What an honor now to introduce another great partner in this incredible
Yolanda.
work, and that is Dr.
I'm jealous. I want some Stamppot. I know I can make it. I know.
Congratulations,
I did that
Secretary
before.
Rollins, Secretary Kennedy, and do want to express my appreciation for what the president has done overall to increase the affordability of healthcare. The biggest accomplishment, perhaps, for the health system, ability to drop down prices last year was the most favored nation drug pricing that Caroline mentioned.
Come over.
These are incredibly effective at
Next
reducing
April.
the costs, for example, of what the president calls the fat shop.
This April, yeah.
The Ozempic, GLP-1s category of medications. We dropped them dramatically. But the best way to reduce drug spend in America is to not need the drugs in the first place. What you're hearing today with these dietary guideline adjustments are going to be massively effective, and not just dropping the need for us to buy these weight loss drugs, but buy the expensive drugs for autoimmune problems. We have evidence that food is medicine when it comes to conditions as varied as mental health issues from Alzheimer's and depression to fundamental realities of how children learn in school. So the question then becomes, what is this actually going to do in dollars and cents? And I had the group at CMS run some numbers for us to try to give you concrete assessments of how much this will drop the spend that the federal taxpayer must make for Medicare and Medicaid. And I'm more optimistic today than ever that we can address the fast rising rate of healthcare expenses in America because of
the world has problems. Let's talk about food.
Now,
Unbelievable.
Increasing health expenditures in America at roughly twice the rate of the GDP growth. We will correct that if we can get America to be
I think they're
healthier.
starting with this. They're going to get to
a wealthy
the
nation without being a healthy nation. So 2 numbers for you to remember. The first is 30 billion.
They'll get to the news.
30% of healthcare costs are directly attributable to obesity. I'm not talking about indirect associated expenses which are also present, but a very conservative number, 30%, are directly attributed to obesity. That's about $300 billion a year for just Medicare, If we were to affect obesity by 10%, which is an incredibly conservative and justifiable assumption that has been borne out in evidence-based dietary experiments.
Speaking of food, I got to go get
just
something
that alone is $30 billion
for a snack or something. I'll be right back. Since he's still talking about food, I'll be back. I got time.
That's also obviously correlated with Medicaid reduction in spending. In Medicaid, it's a different opportunity because in Medicaid, we educate children. 53% of children in America are covered by Medicaid or CHIP. And we have programs to teach kids and their parents what to eat, and how to make these dietary guidelines that Secretary Rollins and Secretary Kennedy have crafted with their teams into practice. It will dramatically change the natural history of how children are able to participate in life. But let me give you one last number. If we're able to get the average American, who today retires on average at age 61, get them just to work 1 year longer, because they feel so vital, so strong, so bullish about their future, because they're feeding their bodies nutrients that are essential to their high-functioning productivity, we will increase the overall GDP of our nation by trillions of dollars. So we will reduce healthcare expenses. At the same time, we jazz up the U.S. economy with trillions of dollars created by the productivity of American workers. God bless you both for making the DGA feasible and making it perhaps the wisest investment we could make in our communities. Marty McCary is one of my closest friends, the powerful leader of the FDA, who's been taking brave steps along the line and has additional insights.
Thanks. Thank you, Dr. Oz. Today marks the beginning of the end of an era of medical dogma on nutrition. For decades, we've been fed a corrupt food pyramid that has had a myopic focus on demonizing natural, healthy, saturated fats, telling you not to eat eggs and steak, and ignoring a giant blind spot. Refined carbohydrates, added sugars, ultra-processed food. This study in JAMA now shows that 60% to 70% of kids are getting their calories from ultra-processed foods. That's an epidemic.
Yeah, it is.
We now have a generation of kids addicted to refined carbohydrates, low in protein.
It's the government's fault.
They are literally nitrogen negative because we've used old flawed studies that used urine nitrogen to estimate body protein metabolism, and they missed the mark. The old guidelines had such a low protein recommendation.
I gotta go check that.
That we are increasing that by 50 to 100%. Kids need protein. The old protein guidelines were to prevent starvation and withering away. These new protein guidelines are designed for American kids to thrive, and they're based on science, not on dogma. We have 40% of our kids now with a chronic disease. It is not their fault. This is something that is the result of bad advice from the government and a medical establishment that for decades peddled research from a flawed 1960s model. Today, we are setting the record straight. This is not a willpower problem of our nation's kids. This is something adults have done to kids, and we're going to fix it. And so, as Dr. Oz said, the best way to lower drug prices is for people to stop taking drugs.
Had a cat tower on the porch.
We are going to
Too big for the house. Put it out there, and it fell. It was so loud. I thought somebody was on the porch or somebody was here. I didn't know what was going on. The dog was barking. I guess the cat got on there and it fell, and and then it knocked over the snow shovel, and it was like scraped against the side of the house. It was super loud in here.
Today. And so, on
Back.
behalf of
Got some
the
cheesecake.
Food and Drug Administration, we are proud to be a
That
part
one?
of this. We are
And one with a little chocolate.
grateful to be contributing to this work. Thank you, Secretary Rollins. Thank you, Kyle Diamantis, the best deputy commissioner for food at the FDA the agency has ever had. This is a historic day in America. Thank you, Caroline.
This is cheap processed grocery store cheesecake.
Everyone's inspired to go eat a salad for lunch after this briefing. If anybody has questions on this topic, we will take a few and then we'll get into the topic. We'll start with our new media seat. If you have a question on this topic today, Jamie Franklin, she comes from the Conservator.
All right, let's get to the news.
First of all, Caroline, congratulations on your pregnancy.
Lunch was
We're
cappuccino.
So excited for you.
Our breakfast was coffee.
Moms across the country, including myself, are just so excited by what this administration is doing to make our kids healthy again. But, you know, we do have concerns when it comes to these blue states pushing back on a lot of
Bon
progress that we're
appetit,
making
Charlie.
as an
Thank you.
administration. And particularly, we're really excited that you guys revised and streamlined this vaccine schedule. However, what we have seen is that these blue states, whether it be, you know, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, or pushing back on immigration, they continue to stop your guys' progress. So what has been the response from these blue states? Because as Manhattan moms enrolling our kids in school, this is a big issue, and we celebrate.
What they say
what you
makes
guys are
sense
doing,
about
but
better
we wanna
food,
have
but
it,
why does it
you know,
sound like
within
something
blue
off when they
states as
say
well.
it? It's because it's the government. It's the government. That's
My
why.
hope is that we only released these earlier, 2 days earlier. I'm sorry.
Duck is also high in protein. That's an interesting.
You don't buy goods from outside Netherlands no more?
Duck is a good thing to eat, everybody.
We only released a
No Belgian chocolate for you, I guess.
Vaccine schedule 2 days ago. The vaccine schedule, there's nothing compulsory in it. Everybody, I've always promised, I'm not going to take people's vaccines away from them. People who want to get vaccines, everybody who wants them can get all of the vaccines that were on the old schedule. They will all be paid for by the Vaccines for Children program or for the insurance the same as before. We release guidelines that we think are optimal to public health. They're the same with core vaccines that are required by the European community. And those nations all have much better health outcomes than we do.
Yeah, they
And
do.
they're based on their best science and also on their conviction that when you put too many vaccines on the program, it actually reduces compliance. It reduces uptake.
Yeah.
And so we want to maximize the uptake of vaccines by making sure that Americans know We are making recommendations that are science-based, that are common sense, that are grounded in science. And right now, that's the best science that we have. And again, there's 3 categories of vaccine. One is the core schedule, which resembles...
He just said it. European scientists are better at their job.
The second
You heard
is
it from him.
people who have vulnerabilities for high risk.
European scientists are smarter.
That doesn't change at all. And then the third is shared decision making, which any vaccine that was on the old schedule, you can continue.
Buy my cigarettes from a guy who goes to Luxembourg.
People will make
Stop smoking cigarettes. You're talking about unhealthy food and you're smoking cigarettes. I know I vape,
I asked
but
the boss, Caroline, for permission
I
to
quit
add a little
smoking
bit to this
cigarettes.
because I think it's really important. And by the way, Jamie, what a superstar you are. It's so fun to see
A little
you in this
better.
seat, Jamie Franklin. The blue state question is a really important one. And for those of us that are running agencies with these programs, I mean, I've talked to a lot of you already about how we have 22 blue states that won't give us their SNAP data so that we can figure out and ensure that those who really need these programs are actually getting these programs. Clearly, you all have been writing about Minnesota. California's next. We're looking at New York, some other states. The amount of fraud in all of these programs is absolutely stunning. And the challenge is, I mean, from Medicaid, et cetera, I know, Dr. Oz, you've talked a lot about that. This is a significant problem. And I think who's really harmed in all of this conversation and when these blue states aren't partnering with us to try to do this right is we say blue states and red states, but in those states, there are all kinds of our citizenry and that aren't all Democrat or aren't all Republican. We had a poll that
don't
just
smoke
came out that
cigarettes.
had
It's
about
bad for you. Smoke weed
85%
instead.
of all Americans believe
It's way
that
healthier.
states should turn their data over on SNAP so that we can figure out where the fraud is and ensure these programs are going where they need to go. So my request of these blue states and these blue state governors is partner with us. Let us figure out how
Belgian
to do
ale.
this better. Let us make sure
Get you some Belgian
that
ale,
whether
right?
it's the vaccine schedule or the SNAP program or the Medicaid
Good Belgian
program or
double,
the child care program,
quad.
that we are doing everything we can to protect every tax dollar, but to also ensure those who need it the most vulnerable in our society, are getting the programs they need versus those who A, are not even supposed to be here, or B, are cheating the system.
I want to start smoking. Does someone have a good brand for me? Yeah,
One
don't
of the changes that was made
start
had to do with
smoking.
alcohol.
No.
Secretary Kennedy or Dr. Oz, could you explain the
I'll do
science
it.
behind the new language on not saying 2 drinks for men and 1 drink for a woman every day would be healthy, and whether or not the industry had an impact on the language of moderation versus just saying alcohol is not healthy and you shouldn't drink it?
So alcohol is a social lubricant that brings people together. In the best case scenario, I don't think you should drink alcohol. But
Social
it does
lubricant.
allow people an excuse to bond and socialize, and there's probably nothing healthier than having a good time with friends in a safe way. If you look at the blue zones, for example,
No
around
kidding.
the world where people live the longest, alcohol is sometimes part of their diet. Again, it's small amounts, taken very judiciously, and usually in a celebratory fashion. So there is alcohol on these dietary guidelines, but the implication is don't have it for breakfast. Right, this should be something done in
Don't
small
have it
amount,
for breakfast.
with hopefully some kind of an event that might have alcohol added. But the general move away from 2 glasses of men.
Yeah, the
one
cat
glass
tries to
of
crawl
women, there was
across
never
my
really
desk.
Good data to support that quantity of alcohol.
She sits
consumption.
behind my
That data
monitor.
was probably primarily confused with broader data about social connectiveness.
You can socialize with
Caroline, Secretary
alcohol,
Rollins,
but I agree
curious,
alcohol does
about with these guidelines, they're not mandates, they're guidelines.
take the edge off, make a
What are the
person more
practical
social,
effects
a little
of these
bit.
guidelines on public schools all across the country?
Well, today begins the, thank you, John. It's good to see you. Today
Do you as
begins
people actually
the first
cook? I
day
do.
now in a recalibration of the rules, whether it's school lunches, whether it's the SNAP program, whether it's as veterans were mentioned, our prison system, that now we begin the process of implementing and redrafting the rules to reflect what this new dietary guidelines for Americans actually is doing to our food system. So there is a lot of work to do.
He's in the
Nothing
co-pilot's chair.
changes overnight. But as I think we've proven, this administration moves very, very quickly on all fronts, 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
Most people
And,
eat
so
TV
you'll begin
dinners,
to
right?
see,
A lot of
some
people
real
do.
changes coming very
A
soon.
lot of people do eat
As
TV dinners, but
everyone is aware, for many
I do
of our
sometimes. I'm
most
guilty of it.
vulnerable in the margins in our communities, the school lunch is often the best place for our children to get the healthiest meal. Hopefully with stocking standards,
Not the
and
tastiest,
reworking
though.
SNAP and the SNAP waivers we've done, that begins to change
I like
too.
cooking
But
too.
But right now, that is going to be the single most important, from my perspective, move forward, is the school lunches and making sure that we're getting the right amount, the best amount, and most nutrient-dense foods into the schools. Thank you.
You also mentioned Secretary Rollins' cost when you had your remarks a little bit earlier. Is eating healthier more cost-effective? Is it cheaper than just having a diet of processed foods?
I had a whole chart to show you, but left it in the back,
You open?
unfortunately. That yes, indeed, that eating healthy, for the most part, we've got 100 simulations, is actually less expensive. The challenge is the access to those healthy foods, especially in parts
Are
of
they going to
America
talk about food the
where
whole time?
They have food deserts. They don't have a H-E-B or a Kroger or a Central Market. These are all Texan grocery stores, but whatever similar across the country. But that is why these stocking standards in SNAP are so important. So if you have a
Duvel.
economically
I've had
challenged family,
Orval.
and the only place
I've
they're
had,
getting their food is the 7-Eleven. We have a longer term
Trappist
policy
Rochefort.
priority, and that is getting grocery stores into these lower
And West
margin
Mall.
communities. But
And
for
West
now,
Wetton 12.
requiring those
And a few
retailers,
others.
those
I was looking over there 'cause I
250,000
saved the
retailers across
bottles.
America, to double their stocking of healthier foods.
I don't like water
that
either.
will allow us to immediately get these better foods into
drink it
all
sometimes.
communities, but especially the most vulnerable. Thank you, John.
Let me just add something to that. Brooke and I are working on a program. Affordability is the priority for the president. And we know we have to make it easy and accessible for.
We could have watched an entire episode of Flutter while they were yapping about food.
And we believe we can do that. We think affordable food is within reach.
Yeah,
of
we
every
could have,
American
but
family. We are working on a education and.
I didn't know they were going to be talking about food for this long. We're supposed to be talking about the Venezuelan
will allow American
oil tanker
families all over the
that
country
may
to
be
go
actually
onto our
Russian.
website and find the healthiest foods at the lowest cost for themselves. I'd also just add this: the idea that a cheap meal made of processed food is cheap is an illusion, because you're paying for it on the back end. You're paying for it with diabetes, with obesity, with illness. And
What do they eat in Greenland?
If you internalize that cost of the meal, it would be a tiny.
What do they eat in
fraction
Greenland, guys? We'll talk about that.
cost of eating bad food.
Venezuela.
We'll take one more in the white blazer.
I like Mexican food. Venezuelan food probably has a lot of similarities.
Healthy fats, but also ending the war on saturated
Fish?
fats.
Oh yeah, a lot
Can
of
you
fish in
clarify
Greenland for sure.
How much saturated fats Americans should be consuming?
I'm going to let Marty take that, since he wrote a book about it.
Look, the old dogma in the 1960s when Eisenhower had his heart attack and Ansel Keys said it was the saturated fat. That's never been substantiated. And so that flawed research has become dogma over the years, and eventually the conversation was sidelined. In this new guidance, we are telling young people, kids, schools, you don't need to tiptoe around fat and dairy. You don't need to push
I just eat what I want.
Milk to kids. And we are
Eat
maintaining
what I like.
the 10% of calories as saturated fat in the guidance. The real issue is protein.
Imported food from
The
Denmark
fact
and
that
Iceland.
60 to 70%
Whale
of the
meat.
calories of kids today in America is ultra-processed food. These are the issues that have become giant.
Can you
blind
watch
spots
Flutter
where
like
we're
this?
now
Not the
putting
half and half
attention. And we
screeners ever
hope that there
copyright.
are
It's for copyright.
conversations in every school
Yeah,
board in
when I
America,
do the
in every
Flutter thing, 'cause
church and synagogue and house of worship, every home in
Otherwise I
America will
couldn't
now
do it
have
for, like, my job.
conversations. We've got to talk about
Kind of thing.
school lunch programs, not just putting 6-year-olds on Ozempic.
Me too, gorilla, whale, and
Food
seal.
can be
Oh,
curative.
seal.
We've got to
How's
talk
seal
about the
taste?
microbiome and
Or
fiber
whale. I haven't had
and
either
healthy
one.
whole grains and the good
A
soil
lot of fish.
that food comes from.
Snow
and
cones.
healthy,
They eat
clean
snow
water
cones in
and
Greenland.
farming techniques. So that's the focus of this guidance. Thank you.
Eat what I need.
Some of
Somehow
you
my
may be
body tells me
wondering
what
why
I
Dr.
need.
Carson is here. He is our National Nutrition Advisor working alongside Secretary Kennedy, and he's played a big role in this effort. So I want to thank you so much,
Imported
Dr.
elk,
Carson,
maybe.
for being here today. And thank all of you for being here today. I know you're all very
Remember
busy
when your
people,
parents
and
used to make
these
you drink
people have a lot
cod
of
oil
questions on
as a
things other
kid
than
when you were
diet, I'm
sick?
sure. So I'm going
No.
to get to work, and thank you guys so much for coming.
Never had to drink cod oil, actually. You had shark once. It was salty.
All righty. Great. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, what about the Russia, Venezuela
Thank you, Caroline.
boat
The
thing?
president has been adamant that he is now in charge of Venezuela. But
Yep, here we go, here we go.
The government of Venezuela runs her country, no one else, saying, quote, there's no external agent governing Venezuela. So which one is it?
Let me just be very clear. This is the first time that I've addressed Venezuela from the podium since being back and since the historic and incredibly
She knew it was
successful
coming.
military operation, law enforcement operation conducted by our United States military that you all saw and the world witnessed last week. The skill, the might of the United States military and our country under the leadership of this president is on full display to the rest of the world. And let's just set the record straight. There isn't another military in the world who could have pulled off this operation. There is not another president in the world or in our nation's history who had the courage to authorize such a mission. And I think the world has taken notice that America is truly back. With respect to Venezuela, the Trump administration, led by Secretary Rubio, the vice president, and the president's entire national security team, is in close correspondence with the interim authorities in Venezuela. We obviously have maximum leverage over the interim authorities in Venezuela right now, and the president has made it very clear that this is a country within the United States, the Western Hemisphere, close by the United States, that is no longer going to be sending illegal drugs to the United States of America. It's no longer going to be sending and trafficking illegal people and criminal cartels to kill American citizens as they have in the past. And the president is fully deploying his peace through strength foreign policy agenda. So we're continuing to be in close coordination with the interim authorities, and their decisions are going to continue to be dictated by the United States of America.
Just one follow-up when you talk about that leverage there.
Is she pregnant?
Has the Venezuelan government fully committed to turning over its oil to the United States indefinitely, and what happens if they do not?
Well, as you saw, the president announced last night, this was a deal. This was a deal made by the president and his team with the Venezuelan interim authorities. This will benefit both the American people and the Venezuelan people. And Secretary Wright and the Department of Energy are working with the interim authorities and also with the private oil industry to execute on this historic energy deal. That's not only good for the United States, but it's also going to revive the prosperity, the safety, the security of both the United States and Venezuela as well. Ed.
Following up on the oil part of this, the 30 to 50 million barrels of oil, how exactly is that going to work? You're getting it out of Venezuela into the United States?
Yes.
And then what?
That's exactly right. So as you know, Ed, as the president announced last night, this was the sanctioned oil that was basically just sitting in barrels, sitting on ships because of the effective quarantine of the United States of America. And the interim authorities have agreed to release that oil to the United States, so it will be arriving here at home very soon. The United States government has already begun marketing Venezuelan crude oil in the global marketplace for the benefit of the United States, engaged the world's leading commodity marketers, key banks to execute and provide financial support for these crude oil and crude product sales. All proceeds from the sale of Venezuelan crude oil and products will first settle in U.S.-controlled accounts at globally recognized banks
Release
to
the file, not the oil.
legitimacy and integrity of the ultimate distribution of proceeds, and those funds will be dispersed for the benefit of the American people and the Venezuelan people at the discretion of the United States government.
It sounds like it requires a lot of private sector engagement and agreement
And
from the oil industry and the banking industry.
That's
Do you
right.
have that yet?
There's a lot of private sector engagement that's happening right now. As you know, Secretary Wright, our energy secretary who's heading up this big project, is in Florida today meeting with some of these oil executives. And as we confirmed earlier, they will also be at the White House later this week. So they are absolutely eager to invest. They're eager about these opportunities. And Secretary Wright is a very well knowledgeable guy when it comes to oil
have the
and
files?
energy, and he's the perfect man for the job.
Another corner of the world,
Sure.
real quick on
Go
Iran.
ahead. Go ahead.
So just to follow up on
That's
the
great.
oil, 30 to 50 million barrels is an initial tranche, if you will, and then what happens after that? What
I won't get ahead of the plans that the president and his team are currently speaking with the interim authorities about, but rest assured, there is a long-term plan here. Secretary Rubio and the entire team are working diligently on it, and this is just sort of the first action that you all are seeing. Ed.
So in order
Pink
to get
puppet.
these oil companies to invest
Says
billions in
Frauke.
Venezuela,
Frauke.
how will the U.S. reassure that their workers will be safe in Venezuela? Could there be troops involved?
At this point in time, as you know, there are no troops on the ground in Venezuela. The president, of course, reserves the right to use the United States military if necessary. It's not something he wants to do. Diplomacy is always the first option, as you saw. He tried that with Nicolas Maduro, but unfortunately, he was an illegitimate dictator and an unserious person. And so President Trump authorized this law enforcement operation, and now Nicolas Maduro is sitting in a prison cell in New York. So certainly the president is going to do what's in the best interests of the American people, and that includes workers from our energy and oil industry as well.
But it wasn't our oil, though, right?
What's the message the president is going to give
If it wasn't our oil?
What does he want to hear?
Well, the meeting is on Friday, and it's just a meeting to discuss, obviously, the
No,
immense
this is Carolyn
opportunity
Levitt.
that is before these oil companies right now. Stephen.
Pregnant, evidently, version of Carolyn Levitt.
The New
Heard she's a
Yorker had
pink
story
puppet.
yesterday on,
That's what chat says.
Vice President, and it questioned his
Not U.S.
notable
oil.
absence on Venezuela. And the subheadline asked, was the Vice President's exclusion from the operation in Venezuela an expression of his anti-interventionist ideology or
Earth
political
oil.
calculation? Would you be able to
Earth
discuss
oil.
the Vice President's role in Venezuela policy?
I did see that report in the New Yorker, and quite frankly,
is happy,
I laughed
though.
out loud because it's very clear it's a fake report that's trying to sow distrust and division amongst the president and his team. Let me just be very clear. The vice
US means
president has
ours.
been involved in all policy. He is the right-hand man of the president on all policy matters, including
How does law
Venezuelan
enforcement in
policy.
other countries
He was,
work,
of
Charlie?
course, read in and deeply involved in this operation from the very
You know, I'm
beginning.
not like a
And he was
worldwide law
present
enforcement
on the
expert.
night of the operation via secure communication at a different location
So-
as to not damage the operational secrecy of this mission. That was so incredibly important.
You have the right to play police in other
ensure
countries.
that this mission could be carried out successfully without endangering our troops.
Well, that situation was an illegitimate president, so he didn't have the right to be president in that country either. So I don't know. That one's tricky.
Russia specifically
It's
asked
tricky.
the United States not to seize that tanker. Does this action risk a larger conflict with Russia?
I believe you're referring to the Bella 1 tanker that was seized this morning.
Yeah, the tanker.
Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security, in coordination with the Department of War, did announce that seizure this morning for violations of U.S. sanctions. I've spoken about the enforcement of our sanctions policy at the podium prior to the new year, and this administration is going to fully enforce the sanction policy of the United States. The vessel this morning was seized in the North Atlantic pursuant to a warrant issued by a U.S. federal court after being tracked, and this was a Venezuelan shadow fleet vessel that has transported sanctioned oil, and the United States of America, under this president, is not going to tolerate that. I would also
Why did he
just
not have the
add
right to be
vessel had
president?
a
Even if that's
judicial
true,
seizure
what right
order,
does the U.S. have to
in
make
the
that
crew.
decision?
So that
He was
means the crew is
outvoted.
now subject to prosecution
He
for
stayed
any
by
applicable
force.
violation of federal law, and they will be brought to the United
Yeah.
States for such prosecution if necessary.
Yeah, you got to look into that. That's the guy stayed by force. He was outvoted.
A couple of things real quickly. The first question about the Venezuelan people. As you know,
Even if
there's
I
some
think
8
that, that's a
million
fact.
Venezuelans
Like,
here. Some of them
that's a fact.
celebrating
Look it
in the
up.
streets. There are Venezuelans on the ground who are concerned about their safety. What does the Trump administration, what is it doing to actually help people in Venezuela understand that they
I think
will
it's
be
just the right,
secure
but
throughout this
what happened?
transition?
I think the fact
What
that
makes it a
this
fact? Look it up, dude. What are
actually
you talking about? It was a whole
followed through
thing.
on the long-held promise of the United States of America, the bipartisan promise to take down the illegitimate Maduro regime, should give assurance to the Venezuelan people and also Venezuelan Americans who fled this communist regime.
What is
for
a good
better
source
life
for that
here at
truth?
home.
I'm not
That this is a
just
president who is
look it
serious
up.
about taking down illegitimate regimes.
Just type it
and
up,
who is
dude. You know how to
also
work Google.
serious
Come
about
on.
securing
It's
the
2026,
security of the
dude.
United States of America, including the Venezuelan American
You know how to
people.
search
And I
stuff.
would
Use
just add
AI. Do
that
do
this
whatever.
is something that not just Republicans and President Trump have talked about for a very long time, but it is also something that Democrats have advocated for. In 2020, Chuck Schumer said that that at the time President Trump had not brought an end to the Maduro regime. The Maduro regime is more powerful today and more entrenched today than it was
No,
when
I
the
agree,
president
Carolina.
began.
I
Now you
agree.
hear Chuck Schumer out there saying this is reckless. The American people and the Venezuelan people should be in fear. But this is something that Chuck Schumer has long advocated for. Senator Chris Van Hollen, same thing, had said that the United States is going to use its leverage and influence to push for negotiations to transition to the truly elected leader. This was under President Biden. We know Maduro and his cronies don't want to go quietly into the night. The U.S. needs to work to ratchet up the pressure. Now, Senator Holland says it's an illegal act of war to get rid of Nicolas Maduro. So the hypocrisy is really astounding here, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to point it out, Kayla. Sorry, go ahead. Yes.
So there are reports that the administration is demanding that Venezuela cut ties with China, Russia, Iran, and Cuba. Can you confirm?
For the Department of Food.
Reports that the administration has essentially demanded that Venezuela cut ties with
She's
China,
pregnant.
Russia, Iran, and Cuba. Can you confirm that?
She's not fat.
those,
She's pregnant.
Alleged demands were made in a classified briefing by Secretary Rubio, and I know that there's a lot of leaks coming out of these classified briefings, so I'm not going to confirm or deny or get into what the Secretary has said in classified settings to members of Congress. But I think that the administration has made it quite clear to the interim authorities in Venezuela that this is the Western Hemisphere, and American dominance is going to continue under this president.
There have also been reports that the U.S. could potentially buy Greenland as one potential
No,
option
I
on the
agree.
table. What would such an offer look like? Is there anything monetarily
I agree, Tim
you can
Verstow.
provide any details there?
Well,
Also
that's
agree,
something that's
Jürgen?
currently being actively discussed by the president and his national security team. And I would point out that the acquisition of Greenland by the United States is not a new idea. This is something that presidents dating back to the 1800s have said is advantageous for America's national security. The president has been very open and clear with all of you and with the world that he views
Take
it
it
in
easy,
the best
gorilla.
interest of the United States to deter Russian and Chinese aggression in the Arctic region. And so that's why his team is currently talking about what a potential purchase would look like.
But they don't want to sell it, though. That's the thing. They don't want to sell it.
Why not rule out
Jory
using a
Knight.
military force?
I know that past
Oh, she talking to
presidents,
Snow?
past
Dang.
leaders have often ruled things out. They've often been very open about ruling things in and basically broadcasting their foreign policy strategy to the rest of the world, not just to our allies, but most egregiously to our adversaries. That's not something this president does. All options are always on the table for President Trump as he examines what's in the best interests of the United States. But I will just say that the president's first option always has been diplomacy. Again, look at Venezuela. He tried ardently to strike a good deal with Nicolas Maduro, and he told him, I will use the United States military and you will not like it if you don't take such a deal. And look at what happened. With respect to Iran, the president said the same thing, right? He tried to have serious interest in a deal with the Iranian regime with respect to their nuclear capabilities. They were not interested, and so Operation Midnight Hammer happened, which was another remarkable military success under the leadership
Taking
of
Greenland
this
with military
commander-in-chief.
force, like taking baby from
So,
candy.
The
Yeah.
president keeps his
Yeah.
options open, but diplomacy is always the first.
What would you do if the war breaks out when you're in the Netherlands?
Does the president recognize
I don't know. I mean,
Denmark's ownership as part of the kingdom?
Be unfortunate. I don't know.
Because there have been
Not planning
some
on that. I hope that
Republican
doesn't happen. Right?
senators questioning, the claim that Denmark has to Greenland. Is the president in that camp with them, questioning the legality of
I have
Buy
not
some
heard him
Belgian ale
question it
and
personally,
some
but you're
stroke
welcome to ask
waffles
him
and
yourself next time you
ride
come
out the
to
storm, Dutch
And
style.
it's been lifted for Venezuela.
Right.
You got to lift some sanctions to let the oil come in.
Sit by a
Can you talk
canal and
about that
just wait.
briefly?
Yes, so the U.S. is
I
selectively
don't
rolling
know.
back sanctions to enable the transport and the sale of Venezuelan crude and oil products to the global markets, yes. Annie.
Thank you. There are some
So we're going to
reports
take
from
the oil
Venezuela
and then we're
that
going to sell it to the
country
global
leaders
market. Is that
are
what she's
cracking
saying?
down on the population, specifically suppressing public
Said baby from a candy. Did I really? Sorry.
Maduro's ouster.
Told you
Is
my
that
plans
kind of
broke.
behavior
My brain's broke.
consistent with what the president wants to see, how the president wants to see the leaders take on the population?
It would not be consistent, and I'll let the president.
If that happens, I have a spare room.
I know they are well
Thanks,
aware and
Soupy.
tracking.
Thank
Kelly.
you.
Two questions.
Let's hope that doesn't happen, though. War's never good, right?
Where they're headed, what happens to any existing cargo, and you reference personnel, but potentially facing prosecution. That's one thing I'd like to
Yes.
follow on. And
On the Bella.
Yes, okay. And on Annie's question, if I could also ask, does the administration believe that the interim regime should release all political
Right room here,
dissidents
too.
and
Thanks,
prisoners
Yolanda.
and return detained Americans?
That's not a question that I've personally spoken about to the president with, so I will let him answer that question. I don't want to make new policy at this podium today.
What is
with
25K versus 100K?
With
What does that
respect
mean?
to the two ships that you mentioned, I spoke with you about the Bella One. There was another vessel this morning, the Sophia, that in coordination with the Department of War, the Department of Homeland Security
Sophia.
apprehended it. This is a stateless, sanctioned, dark fleet motor tanker, and this occurred without incident. This vessel was operating in international waters and conducting illicit activities in the Caribbean Sea. The U.S. Coast Guard is escorting the Sophia to the United States for final disposition. To answer your question, Kelly, directly, this was through Operation Southern Spear. The Department of War is unwavering in its
USS
mission to crush
Sophia?
illicit
I'm
activity
gonna
in
look
the
on
Western
X.
Hemisphere. And as the President has repeatedly stated, we're going to defend our homeland and restore security and strength across the Americas.
Wait,
Dasha.
was it just Sophia? Let's see, ship.
Happy New Year.
Thanks, you too.
Two questions, one on
Sophia.
Venezuela, one on Greenland. You've repeatedly at the podium called the current leadership in Venezuela interim leadership. There are Republicans and Democrats alike that say they want to see elections in Venezuela.
So
The
it's
president
two
has said
Venezuelan
it's
oil
too soon
tankers.
to do that right now, but is there a timeline for elections in Venezuela? Is he committed to seeing that this year, for example?
You just said the President has answered that question, so I will reiterate what the President has said a few times now to all of you, which is that it's too premature and too early to dictate a timetable for elections in Venezuela right now.
Caroline, you just talked to Jackie about diplomacy first, right? The Danes have repeatedly said they are willing to collaborate on all of the concerns that the president has, whether it's more
Just put that in
troops,
the
mineral
chat.
rights, intelligence sharing. Why does the president feel he needs to own Greenland and not and
Wait, did that
put
not
out
work?
the threat of military action when this could be done through diplomacy?
Well, who said diplomacy isn't taking place behind the scenes, Dasha? I mean, the President is interested in diplomacy. His national security team is as well. And of course, he's always willing to pick up the phone for everybody and hear out their concerns. But the President is the President of the United States of America, and he's always going to be very
Didn't
clear
work through
about
OBS. I'll
what
try
he
over here.
views as being in
Oh,
our
it's too
nation's
big.
best interest.
Yeah.
Reagan.
Too much.
Caroline, I have a question for you on Venezuela. And
Show
then
you
I'd
after
love to
bit.
ask you about Minnesota and Tim Walz.
Sure.
On Venezuela, I'm wondering, does the administration hope to start sending more Venezuelan migrants back home or have them self-deport if the situation in the country improves?
As far as I'm concerned, the policies of the Trump administration and the Department of Homeland Security have not changed. All those illegally present in the country are subject to deportation. And I would just like to add, how we got here. The president was very clear on the campaign to the American public, and it's one of the many reasons they resoundingly reelected him back to this office, that he was not only going to crush foreign drug cartels, but that he was not going to stand by and watch as the illegitimate Venezuelan regime was sending illegal criminals and gang members and rapists and murderers to our country, which happened to the tune of thousands under the previous administration and president. And so there could be nothing more America first than this operation that took place last week. And I would just remind all of you in this room that there were innocent Americans like Jocelyn Nungare who lost their lives at the hands of dangerous Venezuelan criminals who were sent here by the Maduro regime. And that has been the president's North Star and guiding principle throughout his entire policy since January 20th.
Tim Walz in Minnesota. Does the administration believe that Tim Walz potentially dropped out of the governor's race because he could be under criminal investigation?
I don't know if there's a criminal investigation. If there was, I wouldn't be able to comment
Just
on
here to
it from
interact
up
with
here,
Charlie.
to be honest with you. But I think Tim Walz
Thank
probably
you.
dropped out of the race because he realizes he no longer has the support of the people of his own state, which is a remarkable downfall.
Yeah, he dropped
considering
out.
He was the number 2 on the Democrat Party's ticket just about a year ago. When it comes to Minnesota, the fraud that we have seen, the wide scale of fraud, is really remarkable. It's egregious. I would encourage every single journalist in this room to go to Minnesota and to cover it yourselves. As for the Trump administration, we have officials who have been on the ground almost every day. Secretary Noem was there yesterday. Secretary Bessent will be traveling there later this week to talk
Nobody
about
took
the
their cars to
fraud and to
Poland
do a
with them.
roundtable on this very topic.
From the US, what
And
are
I
you
would
talking
just like
about?
to leave you with an update. To date, the Department of Justice has charged 98 total defendants in several Medicaid fraud and related case programs. 64 were convicted, and 85 of the 98 charged were of Somali descent. The DOJ has also issued over 1,700 subpoenas executed over 130 search warrants, and they have now added more attorneys to their office there to absorb the case flow. DHS is on the ground going door to door conducting large-scale criminal and HSI investigations. They have also sent approximately 2,000 agents to Minneapolis to assist with law enforcement and immigration enforcement. As I said, Secretary Noem was on the ground yesterday. The Department of Health and Human Services has also begun requiring a justification and photo evidence for all child care related payments nationwide, and they required Minnesota to conduct a full audit of all child care centers. They also froze $185 million in funding to Minnesota. And Dr. Oz, who was just here, also notified Governor Walz they're going to begin auditing Medicaid recipients and deferring payments on claims based on waste, fraud, and abuse. The Department of Labor is also conducting a targeted review of Minnesota's unemployment program. Department of Agriculture requiring Minnesota to conduct recertification for SNAP recipients, and HUD has launched investigations into the public housing. SBA has also suspended nearly 7,000 borrowers amid suspected fraudulent activity. So, with all of that, rest assured, this is an all-hands-on-deck effort from the entire administration.
So we're done with
to
the
get
Venezuela
to the bottom
stuff?
of this and to ensure that the ripping off of taxpayers in the state of Minnesota, and it won't just be Minnesota, it'll be any state
Well, I'll
across
just
this
pause
country
that because I guess we're done with talking about the Venezuela boat thing. So we have this here. U.S. forces seized 2 Venezuelan oil tankers in a shadow fleet crackdown. I was trying to put this in the chat earlier. I didn't want to interrupt her by reading it while she was talking. I do that enough as it is. It's a live stream, so I didn't want to pause it. On her end, like what we were watching was live, right? I know mine's live, but so the U.S. seized the MV Bella 1, recently renamed Marinera, and flying a Russian flag in the North Atlantic. So recently renamed. So that must have been after it went from Guyana to Russia, right? Because it used to be registered under Guyana with a Guyana flag last month at least, right? And then recently got renamed, I guess, right? And then put on the Russian fleet registry with a Russian flag. So they seized that in the North Atlantic. And the second one that we just found out about, because I thought it was just one boat that was seized. The second one is the stateless. Wait, what do you mean stateless? Like no country owns it? Is it, what is it? How does that work? MT Sophia off the Caribbean, both linked to sanctioned Venezuelan crude oil, I would assume, right? These vessels from the Shadow Fleet disable tracking and change identities to dodge sanctions aimed at cutting revenue to Maduro's regime. Officials including Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and War Secretary Pete Hegseth held the interagency efforts as proof of Trump's global enforcement, warning criminals they can't hide while vowing to crush illicit activity. So yeah, I guess there's a second boat that's being escorted back. She had just said, 10 minutes ago probably, she said that. Maybe Russia spotted a chaos opportunity to get some cheap oil. Yeah, a good possibility. If I could pick any state in the U.S., it'd probably be Washington. I like cold weather, and the nature there is insane. Washington does look amazing. Washington looks nice. But anyways, despite Russia deploying a submarine to protect the tanker, Bella 1 in the Atlantic Ocean, U.S. airborne forces began helicopter landings on the tanker minutes ago. An operation is currently underway to seize the tanker belonging to Russia's Shadow Fleet. So let's just watch this video, I guess. I thought it was at night. The other footage was at night, I thought. It was like night vision type footage. Take it easy, Londo. All right, yeah, so that was kind of loud on my end. Turn my speakers down. See, is there anything else going on with Greenland, right? Is there any new news with that? The main thing is I wanted to catch those briefings or whatever it was, but there wasn't a whole lot said. They talked about food for like a half an hour. So this is the same, or let me hit latest here. No state has the right to use force against ships, says Moscow after U.S. seizes Russian flagged tanker. from The Guardian. So let's see here. Okay, so this was just updated. Yeah, so we got, let's see, let me go down a little bit. Okay, so 44 minutes ago, you got Rubio also told reporters that Venezuela's interim leaders had asked for the oil cargo seized on one of the ships to be part of this deal. An example, the current U.S. negotiations around the oil proceeds in Venezuela. They want the oil that was seized on one of those ships to be part of the deal. They understand that the only way they can move oil and generate revenue and not have economic collapse is if they work with the United States. So we got 11:44, 45 minutes ago, roughly. Rubio says on verge of deal to take all the oil stuck in Venezuela. So they're working on a deal, blah, blah, blah. It says we're going to sell it in the marketplace at market rates, not at the discounts Venezuela was getting. That money will be then handled in such a way that we will control how it's dispersed in a way that benefits the Venezuelan people, not corruption, not the regime, Rubio added. So basically, we're just going to police force them, right? Like, we're going to be in charge, is what it sounds like. When pressed by reporters about whether the U.S. is concerned about the interim leader's loyalty to her disposed predecessor, Rubio remained resolute. The bottom line is that there is a process now in place where we have tremendous control and leverage over what those interim authorities are doing and are able to do, the Secretary of State said. But obviously, this will be a process of transition. In the end, it will be up to the Venezuelan people to transform their country. We are prepared under the right conditions using that leverage that we have, which includes the fact that they cannot move any oil unless we allow them to move it. All right, so anyways, we got... Yeah, so this is... Okay, so this is going to be a rundown of what we just watched in the press secretary meeting thing. So White House press secretary Carolyn Leavitt has just spoken for the first time on the U.S. seizures of 2 Venezuelan oil tankers in the North Atlantic and the Caribbean. She was asked by a reporter whether the seizure of the Russian-flagged Bella 1 Marinera risked a larger conflict with Russia. Well, of course it would, right? Moscow's already responded angrily to the U.S. seizure, calling it a violation of international law. Leavitt did not answer the question about antagonizing Russia, instead just providing a summary of the operation. I don't see any key details we didn't know. Leavitt said the vessel seized in the North Atlantic shows the USA is not going to tolerate that. In brackets, it says ships breaching sanctions. So that's what they're not going to tolerate, right? She pointed out the vessel was subject to a U.S. order, which means its crews could be subject to prosecution and brought back to the U.S. to face trial. This administration is going to fully enforce the sanctions policy. Asked a slew of questions on Greenland. Leavitt is pressed on why the U.S. has not ruled out using military force. That's a good question, right? She says Trump won't broadcast the U.S. foreign policy. All options are always on the table for President Trump as he examines what's in the U.S. interest, but the president's first options always has been diplomacy, she claims. Interesting, right? So Leavitt says the U.S. Coast Guard is escorting the Sophia to the U.S. This is the second oil tanker that was seized in the Caribbean, the one we just found out about, right? We were unaware about that one until recently, and that's the last update on this site. Yeah. So what do you guys think about it? Where's my yellow submarine? Is there like a news section on here, or is it just like, oh wait, right here, today's news. Okay, I see. So U.S. forces seize 2 Venezuelan oil tankers in Shadow Fleet. Takedown, crackdown, whatever. That's the one we just was checking out, actually. Yeah, I mean, that's basically it. So we're pretty much... What is this? Marco Rubio confirms Trump's plans to buy Greenland. Let's see what this is about.
About it in his first term, and he's not the
Let me restart it here.
Lawmakers
lawmakers, does the U.S. intend
What?
to buy Greenland? Does the U.S. intend to buy Greenland? Can you clarify your comments to lawmakers this week?
Well, that's always been the president's intent from the very beginning. He said it very early on. I mean, this is not new. He talked about it in his first term, and he's not the first U.S. president that has examined or looked at how could we acquire Greenland. There's an interest there. But so I just reminded them of the fact that not only did Truman want to do it, but President Trump's been talking about this since his first term.
Comments to lawmakers, does the U.S. intend...
What?
Has he been talking about that since his first term, guys? So, let's see. We are wasting valuable time, says so-and-so here. European troops need to be deployed now. There's nothing to negotiate. USA regard Denmark and Greenland for null. So like they just don't regard them, right? So Rubio will just tell them that USA wants control of Greenland, and then they can go home again. USA don't respect begging or bootlegging. Yeah, I don't understand what's going on with the... It just seems like maybe Trump is trying to be a dictator, guys. Seems like it might be the situation. It's hard to tell. If I stay in the middle, that's why I'm trying to discover all of it, right? We got to figure out what's actually going on. Because there's a lot to it, guys. There's a lot to it. And I don't know. Generally, I try to stay out of politics, but like when you got like World War III around the corner, it's kind of like, you know, maybe I shouldn't ignore it, right? Maybe I should use the platform that I have been given in front of me, the people you guys are watching on, to be able to just cover this kind of stuff and learn about what's actually going on in the world. And this is probably more important than historical stuff and blah, 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 and whatever at the moment, because this is happening right now, right? So that's basically where I'm at with it. And it's relevant to the world, so... What is this? Maybe I should use a paper straw to save turtles and our environment? Taylor Swift? I don't... It's memes, man. It's just full of memes here. That's all this crap is. Nothing important here. What do we got here? Over the past several hours... Oh, this is 20 hours ago. Dozens of U.S. Air Force aerial refueling tankers and heavy military transport aircraft of the C-5 and C-17 types have departed from the United States from an American airbase in the United Kingdom, heading towards the Middle East. According to various sources, the United States is preparing strikes against Iran and the ongoing movement, reflecting the transfer of forces to the region. Yeah, so then there's that too. There's the Iran thing, right? Talk about food and being peace. He did first speak about acquiring Greenland in 2019. So yes, in his first term, his team at the time made clear that there was no way. His team now is happy to go with whatever he comes up with. Yeah, times have changed, huh? Times have changed. So this may be the end of the breaking news or like what's going on. I mean, I guess there's some crazy stuff going on in Minneapolis. I guess there was a shooting, but that has nothing to do with... Yeah, and there's the Minnesota fraud hearing. That's not really anything to do with... So there's nothing new going on with Greenland or Venezuela besides what we already went through, right? Am I wrong? Can you guys let me know? I'll be back. I got to use the bathroom, and I'll be back in a few. All right. What do we got? What do we got? Buy a burger? Yeah, burger does sound good. I just checked it within a week. Ram got even more expensive. Oh, yeah. All right, so let's just go ahead. You know what? I'm just going to type in Greenland, Venezuela, and Russia in the old Google chat. Or not chat, but, you know, the Google search bar there. 44 seconds ago, Trump's latest UK involved in U.S. Oh, wait, UK is involved in the U.S. seizure of oil tankers with links to Russia and Iran. So the United Kingdom's involved? We got any British people in the chat? We got the UK involved in U.S. seizure of oil tanker with links to Russia and Iran. The U.S. says it has seized an oil tanker with links to Russia and Venezuela, as well as another vessel in the Caribbean. It comes after the White House suggested U.S. military action in Greenland is always an option. Follow live below. Oh, this is just a live news feed thing. Where's the bit about UK being involved? It said that in the title. Where's that at? Dun. Okay. Where's the bit about the UK? Hold on. UK. UK involved in oil tanker seizure. See what pops up on Google here. U.S. seizes Russian tanker with help of British military. In shock raid near UK, risking clash with Putin sub guarding the vessel. Okay, so this happened near the UK, I guess. The tanker is accused of being part of the international shadow fleet of illegal oil tankers used by Russia and its allies. Images shows. Hold on, we're just gonna watch this video. Watch the AI. Turn the volume down on that. Russia scrambled a submarine and naval vessels to try and guard the Marinera tankers that attempted to evade capture. Trump's crack naval team has started the mission to take over the vessel, where they will complete a thorough search on board. So what about the UK part? Images shows a US-linked helicopter approaching the Marinera before it reportedly landed on board a short time before 1 p.m. SEAL Team 6 that took out Osama bin Laden and Delta Force who captured Nicolas Maduro over the weekend are both suspected of being involved. Well, there's some busy people, aren't they? The Aegean ship, which Russia claims has nothing on board, has been closely monitored by the US and UK forces in recent days after it fled the Caribbean. So why is Russia saying there's nothing on board, but they're also like being secretive about it, switching up like stuff, you know, with the flags and like following it with like submarines or something and like safeguarding it as though this is like a military asset, right? That's a little bit odd. It came after several U.S. jets departed from the UK today to hunt the vessel and track the Russian sub in tow. Formerly called the Bella 1, but now rebranded as the Marinera, the tanker is accused of being part of this so-called... Dang it. Shadow Fleet. The sanction evading vessels help circumvent embargoes, allowing access of evil dictators such as Nicolas Maduro and Putin to continue trading. What is in this boat, guys? Why is everybody so worried about this boat? Protecting it with like submarines and stuff. And I don't know what that is. Stop. Don't autoplay. Let's see. We got. Hold on. Can I click X on this or is it going to. Okay. Never trust those pop-ups. So anyways, U.S. forces have seized a why can't I talk all of a sudden? A rogue Russia-linked oil tanker with the help of the British military in a commando-style raid in the Atlantic. The rusting Marinera tanker. Oh yeah, so this is just the same stuff. We got pictures of it though, right? So this is like a picture that looks like it's maybe being took on board the tanker, right? Okay. Russia state media claimed the images shows a U.S. military chopper approaching the vessel shortly before 1 p.m. Wait, 1 p.m.? Oh, wait, is that... is this the second? Is this the second one? Because 1 p.m., they're an hour out. It's 12:39 my time, so like, if in that time zone, it would be 1:39. Oh, wait, never mind. It said it was close to UK. That's like... Okay, so that could have been a few hours ago. Yeah, duh. The UK is like 5 hours difference from me, and it looks like it was here in the ocean, so that's probably maybe, what, 3-4 hour difference. So we got the Russians had scrambled a submarine and naval vessels to try to guard the Marinera tanker this morning as it attempted to evade Trump's Venezuela blockade. Yeah, so this is the first one then, the Marinera, yeah. Not the Sofia or whatever that's on the way back. But Moscow's last-ditch efforts to secure the secretive tanker were thwarted when U.S. troops boarded the vessel hours later. Elite U.S. forces took control of the tanker at around 1 p.m. on Wednesday as it sailed between Iceland and Scotland before the Russian warships arrived. Okay, so it was going between Iceland and Scotland. Is that going to be their excuse? Because that's that Guyuk gap that they were talking about, right? And he's like, oh, we have to control that gap. Well, this happened to be taking place in that gap. Is that going to be like, he's going to be making this to be an excuse of like why we need Greenland or whatever? Elite U.S. forces took control of the tanker around... Okay, we read that line. The Department of Homeland Security led the commando-style raid with U.S. military support, the U.S. European Command said. The operation risked a major standoff between Washington and Moscow as Russian naval assets moved towards the oil tanker. So they knew it was Russian. I mean, it sounds like they're aware that it's a Russian tanker, right? The Ministry of Defense said the UK provided a Rivet joint spy plane to hoover up signal intelligence from the ship. The top secret RC-135 aircraft is flown by RAF pilots, Royal Air Force pilots, yeah, and crewed by civilian spies from the GCHQ listening post. So, interesting, right? Got a MOD added that the Royal Navy RFA Tide Force tanker and RAF surveillance aircraft also assisted the U.S. operation to seize the tanker. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so this is just, I mean, I'm not going to keep reading all that, but yeah, so I guess this tanker got took in between Iceland and Scotland, right here is what it's showing. So this wasn't a diversion, right? So this had nothing to do. I mean, this isn't close enough to Venezuela. I mean, maybe that they were just like looking that way, like, because they knew this was happening over there, but it's like not close to Venezuela when it was happening, as far as it being like a direct diversion for the thing with Maduro, right? Am I in the part of Indiana in the Eastern or Central time? I'm in Eastern time. Same as New York. Oh yeah, there's a lot here. I'm not reading all this. That's a lot. I can barely read as it is, it seems like. So let's see. Yeah, there's nothing new, guys. Nothing new going on. Let's just watch a video about Greenland. Just find a video about Greenland. Don't have to be news related. Although it's all news related stuff that pops up, right? 5-hour time difference. Happy fun stuff. Let's see. Yeah, this is going to only show me. Let me type in Greenland vlog. This is Greenland. What it's like. This is 3 years ago. Okay, visit most. Okay, yeah. So far the first video seems happier. Let's see here. 6 years ago, 2 months ago. What on earth is Greenland? We'll go to the top one. It seemed pretty interesting, right? Yep, let's check this out. This is Greenland. We traveled to Greenland. What it's like. Where's the sound? Wait, hold on. Do they not have... Let me refresh this. I don't know what's going on here. They don't have sound. No, wait, it has to be me. There'd be comments about no sound, right? Hello? Okay, so I have their sound, my voice is going through. Yeah, I mean, this is on the right. I guess we're not watching that video, guys. That's a bummer. That's a bummer. So we're going to go ahead and find a different one. I don't want to watch the one about the suicidal town. I've already watched this Drew Binsky video. It looks like, and it's only 4 minutes long. I haven't watched it with you guys, so let's just do it. Is there no sound again? Hold on. It might be something on, oh, my tabs muted. My tab's muted. It sure was. So we're going to watch this video. It's only 4 minutes. Then we'll go back and check out the other one.
Itokormit? Itokotomin. Itokortomin. Itokotomin. Itokortomin. Got it. Almost. You were really close.
Spoke about Taiwan some days ago. Why do you think China wants to take Taiwan? I don't know. I don't know. I don't spend my time watching political stuff and all that stuff normally. That's why I say, you know, lots of times that I don't know what I'm doing. But I know right now we're watching this video about Greenland, though.
If someone has
How's
one day
Amy?
here and you give them one meal, what is it going to be? In the winter, it will be either seal.
American Girl Reacts in the chat. Go check out her channel. She does reactions too. She's the beautiful, wonderful girlfriend of myself.
Polar bear. In the summer, it will be muskox or walrus. And walruses. We eat everything that lives here, except for humans. No cannibals yet? No cannibals at all.
Over 95% of Greenland's 57,000 residents live on the west coast. But if you cross over the second largest ice sheet on Earth, you'll come across a tiny little settlement on the rocky eastern shores with a population of 350.
Welcome to the most isolated place in Greenland.
Itokotomit. It's a place where there's only one grocery store.
Ikotomi. That's a kind of a weird, hard sort of word to say there, isn't it?
One church and one jail.
That hasn't been used for 6 months, so that's a good thing.
It's a place where bright-colored buildings look like life-size Monopoly homes, and where Greenlandic huskies roam the streets not as domestic pets, but as sled dogs to transport goods. It almost feels like I found a hidden settlement on the moon. Like, it's so remote here. Their closest neighbor is the world's largest and most isolated national park, which contains a 3,000-kilometer rugged coastline of icebergs and glaciers.
That's cool.
So right now, Niels and I are standing on a helicopter pad, and he just told me that there is an airstrip over there, and every time a plane arrives, a helicopter has to come
3 times.
3 times to pick up passengers and bring them over here because there's no other way to get here. Only a few expedition ships arrive each year, where tourists
that's pretty remote though. Like that's a pretty remote spot.
Like myself get the unique opportunity to interact with this fascinating local community. What's your favorite thing about living here?
Freedom. The people here, it's very kind. The nature.
There is nothing else when you get out there, no houses, no towns, no noises, everything here, and you have to be quite self-reliant.
Nothing out there except for evidently Russian subs in the water. I know this isn't a political. Sorry, back to the video.
The most exciting thing now about to happen is the muskox hunt.
After 6 hours I spent in this town, I saw nothing but giggly kids riding around, people driving ATVs up and down the dirt road and smiling at the camera. But as I ventured deeper and deeper into the society, I couldn't help but wonder, how do these people survive? There are no natural resources here. You can't grow fruits or vegetables. Basic goods like toothpaste are extremely expensive, and even though it's summertime now, the winters are often spent in minus 30 degrees Celsius.
Well, they survive with isn't like a lot of it like a fish market, right? Like they do a lot of fishing, a lot of fishing industry or something like that up there. And then of course they're going to import goods from other countries, right? And then of course, right, they got the Danish, the subsidies, right, that they get from Denmark, with Denmark being like the whatever you call it, right? Like the main country over it and stuff. So
but then I found the answer.
Our main 2 elements for surviving this land is actually the water. The sea is where we do most of our fishing and hunting, and the ice to commute on.
They hunt seals, walruses, and polar bears. And while this may seem unethical to you, please remember that these people have been doing it here for thousands of years, and it's the only way they can get food to survive.
And back in the day, he used to catch 10 polar bears in a year.
Wow.
We use.
And dude used to get 10 polar bears in a year. That's crazy.
Everything that we can, nothing gets left behind.
Seals? I mean, you guys eat the blubber and...
Yep. It goes really good with dried char.
I don't know what dried char is though, right? Honestly.
A skull of a polar bear can be actually a really good wedding gift.
It's absolutely fascinating to be able to experience life firsthand in a...
The skull of a polar bear can be a nice wedding gift. That's crazy, right? Somebody wanted to get us... I know you guys in the chat were talking about her and me because we're engaged and we're gonna be married at some point. And so after we finally get married, maybe if one of you guys want to get us like the skull of a polar bear, that'd be pretty sweet, right?
Firsthand in a really remote village like this in eastern Greenland, there's literally nothing to stress about. I mean, you wake up every day is the same, you know everybody in the town, it's completely safe, and it just makes you appreciate the little things in life. And I hope to come back here again in the winter when everything is covered in snow. But for now, I'm out. Thank you guys for watching. It's been really fun to make this video, and I'll catch you later.
So couldn't they make stuff, like couldn't they grow stuff in like greenhouses though, right? Pretty sure they could do like greenhouse growing. I'm getting married in 2 years. I can think of better gifts. Yeah. Funny. All right, so we're gonna find out. Wait, where'd the other video go? Oh, right here it is. Yeah. So we traveled to Greenland. What it's like. Counting Countries is the name of the channel. This is the one we got the dancing man in the beginning that we couldn't hear, making music and stuff too. Hold on. Here, pause. Why is this so laggy all of a sudden? I got too much stuff open. Hold on here. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. All right. We have Counting Countries, guys. We traveled to Greenland. What is it like? What's it actually like, right? 3 years ago. So it's going to be different than it is today for sure. It says, Greenland has always fascinated me. This country did not disappoint. The people, if you're looking for sunny weather, Greenland will disappoint you though. Anyways, this country did not disappoint. The people, the culture, the food, it was all such a fun and unique experience. Join our channel to get access to perks. Well, there you go, guys. Go join their channel if you want to get access to their perks. Counting countries who travel to Greenland, what it's like. Let's check it out. Looks like they're in a castle, but I don't think that there was any castles in Greenland. I'm not quite sure on that. Could totally be wrong.
What do you do? What do you do? I
don't know what that guy's saying. I do not speak
Greenland food.
That's something I would do.
Only in Greenland once, I was challenged to eat some raw whale.
Raw whale, huh? That's interesting. Is it because it's like trying to 1080p 60, 720? We don't have 1080
We're just taking our first steps in Greenland. We have come to the city of Kakortok.
No.
Kakortok?
I think that's like a huh sound.
I have no idea how to say it.
Quartic.
For the last week, we've been cruising from Europe to America, and this is our last stop. We just got off the cruise ship and took tender boats here. This is the southernmost city in Greenland, and even though only 3,000 people live here, it's the 4th largest city in the entire country.
We are starting.
Well, yeah, there's only, I think it's like 57,000 people total in Greenland. So if this is the most southern point in Greenland, then this would be right there by that Gap, I would assume, right? Because isn't that... Yeah, that would be right there by that Gap.
The day with a boat trip to Viking ruins.
No castles. These are to protect from land invasions.
Hello.
That's a joke, right? Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Looks so Scandinavian. Well, I mean, it's gonna. You got a lot of, like, Vikings discovered Greenland, right? And then, like, it's owned by Denmark, right? Denmark is a very Scandinavian, well, it's not on the Scandinavian peninsula, but like it's a Scandinavian country, right? I don't know what's the consensus on that. Dolly, are you still in here? You're Danish.
How are you? Good morning.
I might have made her mad. She may have left earlier.
Greenland is owned by Denmark, but we learned that 88% of the people that live here are Inuit people or native Greenlandic.
Inuit,
we learned
yeah.
they don't appreciate the term Eskimo, so we're going to stay away from that today.
So I'm fascinated.
There's Inuits in Canada and Alaska, and I believe Siberia, Russia too. I think. Sure, the Vikings from Iceland wanted to find America. Was it the Vikings from Iceland, the ones that went there first? All right, when you guys get to the Netherlands, I might have some cool gift for you guys. You got a polar bear skull over there, don't you? I'm just joking.
Inuit people, I feel, just from the little research I've done, they have remained very, very true to their culture and tradition across the globe. We've got Inuits in Alaska.
Yeah.
And they really, really value the traditions that they passed on from generations. So I love that. We are currently being guided by one.
Thank you so much. I don't know how you were seeing through that fog. That was crazy. Yeah, you know the waters. See you. We were told there was a chance to see sea life on our boat right over here, but the fog was so thick you literally couldn't see more than 5 feet in front of you.
Do you see how
That's your sea
clear that
life.
water is?
Whoa.
There's a lake here in Indiana called Goose Lake, and believe it or not, it is just as clear as that right there. I've never seen something like that in my life. It is so crystal clear. You can see down, like, I want to say like 10 foot. You could easily just see straight down and see the rocks on the bottom. It looked remarkably similar to that, like just, you know, looking down, looking through the rocks, and I'm sure the rocks and stuff's different, right? But
Shocked by how calm this water is and how clear it is. Look at this.
Hi.
Look at that water. It's perfectly clear.
I used to look like a Viking.
Wait.
When I had my dreadlocks. I looked like a Viking.
Let's address the sweatpants, okay? I normally would not wear sweatpants, like, out, I guess, or like to a tour for sure. But we
Right.
did laundry yesterday, and
That's
it's
American
not
stuff.
finished. So these are literally the only pants I have, except for like distressed holy jeans.
And that's how you know she's American before she speaks. If you're in Greenland and you run across somebody wearing sweats, like maybe they dress like that in Greenland, I don't know. Americans try to go out in public in their pajamas and sweats a lot. I try not to, not saying I haven't done it. I try not to.
So please excuse the sweatpants attire and the clashing of colors. It's really throwing me off.
Okay, honey, I want you to read that.
Whale Island. I wish.
Kakor Tukaluk. Tukaluk. Kakor Tukaluk. That's what it says, guys. Kakor Tukaluk.
We know how to pronounce it. No one said anything.
Kakertukaluk?
No.
Kakertukaluk?
Oh, do you hear that? It's hollow.
Look at you just running through the fields of Greenland.
And somehow, the Netherlands randomly has more snow right now than what we're seeing right here in Greenland. Of course, this is, what, 3 years ago or whatever. You know, today they may be more snow there, but like as we're viewing it, there's nothing there. Kids running around in the grass with no snow on it, right? And you got Netherlands over there randomly with snow, even though it hasn't snowed over there very much at all until just recently, right? Kind of crazy.
Good job. Greenland was first inhabited around 2500 BC.
Jeez.
This building right behind me is a church that was built sometime between then and 1000 AD by the
2500 BC?
Vikings. Let's go take a look inside. Wow. Oh, hey, buddy. You like it? Wow.
Reminds me of Anthony when he was that small. Running around, falling and tripping.
Church. Obviously.
So this is built, they say, somewhere between 2500 BC and 1000 AD. Is that what he said? So like that's a pretty big gap. That's like a 3500 year time period there. But I mean, it looks cool. Yeah, it's about the oil.
They didn't do as well.
Minerals
the
and
top portion of the church. But look at all of this. Like the way each little slate is just like wedged in there is crazy.
no mortar.
Did you see the cornerstone on
There's
that
no
arch?
mortar.
Wow, that's cool.
Oh, wow.
That's crazy. There's no mortar on that.
Yay! Okay, bye-bye.
Look at the view out the church door. Ooh. Not too bad.
Not too shabby. Except it's in the middle of nowhere. There's
Greenland
no stores.
is the biggest island in the world, but 84% of the country is covered in ice. We've all heard the story of how Greenland got its name, naming it Greenland to trick people into thinking it was green here. I figured out the whole backstory though.
Is that true?
There was an Icelandic prisoner who was banished to Greenland, and he's the one that actually ended up naming it, hoping to attract settlers to help him get off the island.
That's really cool.
Yeah. So here's what the town looked like originally.
Wait, hold on. What did he say? Sorry, I was reading something in the chat. I got distracted there.
To trick people in the world, but 84% of the country is covered in ice. We've all heard the story of how Greenland got its name, naming it Greenland to trick people into thinking it was green here.
I went back too
figured
far
out the
ago.
whole backstory though. There was an Icelandic prisoner who was banished to Greenland, and he's the one that actually ended up naming it, hoping to attract settlers to help him get off the island.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Well, that's fucking interesting, guys, is it not? That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So here's what the town looked like originally.
Oh, that's cool.
Some green grass roofs. Looks like they had some horses and other animals.
So then there's the church at the end, right? I would assume that right there is the church. Hold on, let me see here. Yeah, because I got my drawing app. That thing right there, I believe, is the church.
This was the perfect first stop in Greenland. It was beautiful, very relaxed, and the weather's actually not too bad, even though it's 42 degrees outside.
42 is not bad. I don't know what it is. It's probably about that here. It says 41 on my thing, yeah.
All right, I'm really curious how cold this water is.
Oh, I bet it's icy. I bet it's pretty chilly.
Oh, not too bad.
Oh. But that's
about
the shallow
what you'd
part.
expect from Greenlandic water.
I mean, put your hand out a little bit deeper, though. I mean, it's the shallow water. It's getting a little bit of sun, whatever little bit of sun rays there is coming through the sun, but whatever, right? I mean,
cold, but not freezing. We really were starting to wonder if the boat was coming back or not.
no, you're gonna be marooned on Greenland too, just like that Icelandic prisoner or whatever. They left you there. They heard you were American, so they thought you just wanted to move to Greenland and take over. Sorry. I know this particular video isn't a political discussion, but I had to throw that in for jokes, right? What I do. A little market going, that's kind of cool. Got some beads.
You love the Greenlandic people, huh? Hello. These are beautiful.
Say hello. Tacos.
They have these little stands set up in the town with all these hand-carved stones and beautiful little homemade bracelets. And that Greenlandic grandma really loved Lennon. She was so sweet. Huh?
Oh, for him.
Oh, you're way too nice.
Thank you.
Look very similar to the Inuits that you have in like Alaska, Canada, and Russia, right? Like they look very similar. I'm sure that they're called Inuits too, right? I'm not 100% sure about the Venezuela or the ones in Siberia, but they're probably genetically very similar, right? I mean, and they all do the bead things, and culturally, and they share a lot of cultural similarities, right?
What do you
He thinks he has jokes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Tacos. It's for you. Thank you.
Wonder how big that market is.
So cute. She said it's for him, and that she wouldn't take it back. You got a little something from Greenland.
Oh, it's so cute.
We never get souvenirs. That's so exciting.
Chloe and Lennon have headed back to the ship for his nap. In the meantime, I'm going to explore more of this village.
Hold on. There's a bunch of cool fish back here. Hold on, where's it at? Right behind him. Look at this. We got a bunch of fish over there on the side of the rocks on the cliffs. That's kind of cool.
Chloe and Lennon have headed back to the ship for his nap. In the meantime, I'm going to explore more of this village and see what else there is here. This town is famous for art in the form of stone carvings. So right behind me, these whales are carved in.
Whales, okay. I mean, from a distance, they have fins and shit. To be fair, whales, aren't they just like basically big ass fish? I know they're mammals, but like they have fins, they swim around in the ocean, right? It's close enough.
To the rock, and around the town there are 26 other faces carved out, and they were made by Danish artists years ago. There's some of the faces. Wow, those are cool.
Totally of the Inuit people. You can see it in the face, right? That's a carving of the Inuit people for sure, right? Herring gate? Those are herring? Oh, the fish, yeah. Oh, the Inuits in Siberia are called Yupik. Okay, Yupik in Siberia. Now, does anybody know if they have any genetic similarities to the ones in Greenland? Because they do look very similar, right? And they're always messing with beads and stuff. Like culturally, they share some I'm sure there are differences too, right? But there's definitely some similarities there. What is herring? Herring's a fish. type of fish that they eat in the Netherlands a lot, which is obviously a joke because it was a whale. It was a big old whale. I think we've seen those buildings in GeoGuessr. Probably. Yeah. Looks familiar.
Wow, that was fascinating. I just visited a seal manufacturing plant where they make and sell all sorts of different sealskin clothing. There were shoes, coats, wallets, everything.
Interesting. So I would think these are waterproof then, right? Seal would be very waterproof type material, right? I mean, a seal skin, which evidently there's fur on it. That's interesting.
But it was funny, there are signs all over the shop that say you cannot bring this stuff into America. It's illegal. But it's a big business for them out here. The worker said that there are too many seals and they're eating all their fish around the island, and so it's good for them to hunt them.
But don't bring them here. Guess we don't want that here. Wales is in the UK. Yeah. Now this guy doesn't look the same as the other Inuit. He has a different face. He almost looks like, to me, he almost looks like Spanish, like Mexican, not Spanish, but like Mexican a little bit. Maybe because he's a little bit darker skin. I don't know.
Perfect.
Was that Raisin Bread?
Hello and welcome to Greenland. In Greenlandic, right? There are so many bugs here. Can I get one of those and one roll, please?
Yeah, the one on the right looks like it's got raisins in it. The one on the left looks like a big, looks like a brownie, like a sheet pan full of brownie with icing on it or something. Looks pretty good. I could actually eat one of those right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, ancestral groups that cross the Bering Strait. Okay, so they would be, let's see, Yupik looks a bit like Inuits just with light brown or dark blonde hair. Culturally, they're very similar. I've watched the documentary once. Awesome, thank you. Yeah, they did look like cool shoes, didn't they, right? Distinct genetic markers and are closer to Western Siberians, while Greenlandic Inuits link more to Eastern Siberians, reflecting different migration waves and adaptations, though all trace back to a common ancestral groups that crossed the Bering Strait. Okay, cool. So they did, okay, so they did branch off from the same people then.
So the local school kids were selling cakes and tea to raise money for their school. So I got a little chocolate cake and a roll here. Not bad, but there are so many bugs.
Yeah, why is there so many bugs? It's like 42 degrees out. That's weird. I mean, I guess maybe in Greenland, there's just bugs that have adapted to a colder weather. That's interesting, right? Traditional food in Greenland is very high in fat. A lot of people don't like it.
So being here right now is super special for me. And I'm so happy to be here. It is really, really incredible. So right off the bat, my first impressions of this place is that it's one of the most unique villages I've ever been in. I love that all of the houses are painted different colors. It just gives it such a cool vibe. I've been told that all of the villages in Greenland are like this. All the homes are very colorful.
Yeah.
And the locals say it adds life to the village, as winters can be really long and just white, covered in snow.
I mean, I know about that. Greenland probably has a longer, whiter winter for sure. It's not going to be on the same level, you know, but I know about some long white winters and how dreary and depressing it can be. Trust me.
Second thing is that there are more bugs here than anywhere I've ever been in my life. I'm constantly surrounded by mosquitoes and other bugs. I've actually seen people walking around with bug nets over their face.
That's so weird because it's such a cold climate. I just assumed that they just barely had any bugs like that, right? Like like mosquitoes and those flies that or whatever that he's been swatting out of it, you know, in front of his face. Just seems to me like, I mean, here it's 41 degrees. It's basically the same temperature, right? If I go outside right now, I'm not going to find a bug or a mosquito flying around, right?
It's probably not a bad idea.
Huh.
I just hiked up to a viewpoint and my goodness, the views from up here are incredible. In Greenland, they speak Greenlandic and Danish, and the currency they use is the Danish kroner. I'm gonna head into the local supermarket and see.
So the Danish kroner. So is Denmark part of the European Union? Because the Danish country, right? Denmark, they use the Danish kroner, right? Instead of the euro. Is that right? Or is it like Denmark uses the euro, but because Greenland's not part of the European Union, they're just using the kroner that Denmark don't use anymore?
See what the prices are like here. Wow.
Mosquitoes are huge in Finland, Sweden, Norway. We got them too a lot now, but in European Union Central, they're not common. That's weird. That's kind of like backwards of how I would expect it to be. That's weird, right? Yes, but they use their own currency. Denmark didn't switch to euro. But they're part of the European Union? Denmark never accept. Is it the only country that's part of the European Union that does not use the euro? That's interesting. See, we're learning, guys. Always learning. Something to learn every day. England used pounds. Oh, yep, they did. Yeah, England used the pounds when they were in the European Union. True, true. You talking to AI? What are you talking about? Oh, you think one of these chatters are AI? Is that what you think? Could be. Could be. UK also didn't switch while they were in the EU before Brexit. Yeah. Poland doesn't use a euro. Okay, cool. It's all on the internet. Yeah, I know it's on the internet, but I'm live and sometimes it's faster just to ask the chat, to be honest with you. So that's what I did.
So much nicer than I was expecting. This is amazing. They have
just being real with you.
I'm really impressed with how much stuff was stocked in that supermarket. And honestly, it wasn't that expensive. I was expecting the prices to be 2 to 3 times what they are in Europe.
Oh, Carolina's AI, I guess. All right.
But they really were pretty on par with the rest of Europe, maybe a little bit more expensive.
Okay, so the prices aren't too much more than Europe. That's interesting, because I would expect it to be a lot more pricey as well. And I think some things are, though, actually, because I think I did see a video recently about some stuff that was certainly priced up pretty high.
The main source of income for this village is fishing. So they export a lot of their fish to Denmark, Iceland, and other countries in the region. And speaking of, there is a fish market here with all sorts of fish and even seal available.
Yeah, there is.
Okay, I was wrong. Not seal, this is whale.
Whale? That's whale? It's like no fat, it's just, or no meat. Like, did you see that? Hold on, let's go back. It switched, it changed it on me, but yeah, so like it's just like such a thick layer of fat. Well, if I can get, yeah, right here. Thick old layer of fat. I mean, this one here's like just fat. Little bit of meat on the bottom. Like when he goes to cut into that one, you'll see it more, I guess.
Okay, I was wrong. Not seal, this is whale.
Yeah, I mean, well, if you look at the bottom, there's just like a little thin strip of meat on that fat. Yeah, see? Look at that little thin strip of meat at the bottom. Must taste so gross. I don't know. It might. I mean, it probably does. It probably does taste a little funky, right? But I'm sure if you're born and raised in Greenland, you probably eat the shit out of it, right? I mean,
thank you so much.
Getting fat with the cold. Yeah.
I've seen so many local people walking around with these, eating these for lunch. It's basically just a hot dog inside of a hollowed out bread roll. and then they fill it up with mayonnaise. So
interesting. That's probably a Danish thing, right? That came from Denmark.
I'm gonna give it a try. These are popular in Denmark too, and they're really good there.
Okay, I figured. I want to try a Danish hot dog, man. I've seen a lot of, we got hot dogs here, right? United States, we're known for some hot dogs, right? Ballparks. I don't go to ballparks and stuff, but they, you're aware that they serve some hot dogs there, right? And American hot dogs are like, they're all right. I'm sure that there's some next level premium quality ones, but like, if you ever watch some videos about Danish hot dogs, holy cow, go check it out right now. You should.
All right, so ran into my friends here again. I wanted to ask you guys one question.
And they'll serve them up so many different ways. I mean, they're coming up with hot dog ideas I never even thought existed, to be honest with you.
What is it like living in Greenland?
It's nice.
It's fun.
Yeah.
It's so fun. When you get used to it, it's boring.
Is it cold?
Some in the winter.
In the winter, yeah, but summer's nice?
Yeah.
Cool. These guys have challenged me to do something crazy today, so we're gonna be doing it later. You excited? We'll see you at 4, all right?
Okay.
Oh my.
Is this challenge gonna be the ice water thing? They do this ice water thing in Greenland.
Oh my gosh, it's made of whale.
Like a polar bear dip.
Good. Really good.
That's probably what it is.
She toasted up the bun before it went through. Nice and warm on a cold day like today. I've spent the last hour or so just walking around town, talking with people, getting to know some of the locals. It's fascinating. None of them have wanted to be on camera, which is okay, but one of the guys I met was a fisherman, and he was showing me pictures of a whale he just caught last week.
Okay, let's see that. Well, he probably don't have the picture, right? He's just telling the story of it. I want to see this picture of this whale this guy got last week.
This is why I love to travel. Just meeting people with a lifestyle so different from my own just opens my eyes, and it's such an incredible experience.
Right.
Just a random waterfall in the middle of town.
That's cool. And I bet that water tastes amazing, right? Fresh from that.
So I just met Inako. She's super nice, and she lives in this pink house right behind us. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
I love it. What is it like living here in Greenland?
Living here in Greenland is a lot of freedom. You can go to nature just 1 kilometer from here. We try to cooperate all in.
Everybody shares everything that you.
If we lost something, so we can put it on Facebook, and then
bugs
we'll
everywhere.
Find it
Oh, amazing!
Yeah, and it is also very quiet. We don't have trains or big airports.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Come inside.
I think could have been a deer hot dog. Could have been, right? Deer, elk or something, right? It said something about they eat a lot of elk there. Could have been like an elk hot dog.
Come inside.
Greenland house.
So this is a traditional Greenlandic home. Oh my gosh, look at that view out your window.
Yeah.
That is so nice.
It's like a cabin.
Yeah, and this is
Hi,
our
hello.
living room.
Wow, the view doesn't get much better than that. Look at that.
Yeah, we can go out this way.
Just right out the window.
It looked like it had Danish subtitles on the TV. Let me look back real quick. It looked like it was, right? Is this Danish subtitles? Hold on.
So nice.
En af det så det jag vi en at. Because Danish kind of looks a little bit like Dutch, similar. Is this Danish subtitles on the TV here, guys?
Yeah.
And opsend almost kind of looks similar to Dutch, but I don't know Dutch very well. That's why I'm thinking it might be Danish.
Hi, hello. Wow, the view doesn't get much better than that. Look at that.
That's a cool view.
Just right out the window. Not many people can say that they have that good of a view in their backyard.
His big brother.
You made that table.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's cool.
The glass.
But the wood.
The woods I collect and make them.
So cool.
Yeah.
So in the winter, They will actually use that sled right there with the dog.
One person says yes, it's Danish. One person says I think it's a Greenlandic language. Danish and Dutch are very similar. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It looked kind of like that. No way it looks like here in the Netherlands. No, I'm not talking about the scenery. I was talking about the language. The subtitles that was on that TV.
For transportation. That is so cool. Wow, that was so cool. I was just filming and she saw me and she's like, do you want to have a look inside my house and see what it looks like? That was so fun.
Danish.
All right, we are back together again. And now we are on a tour for some traditional Greenland food. For some traditional Greenland food.
If you go back, I can read it. Go back. Let's see. AFDESJOVETING. Well, you should be able to read it. I'm thinking she's checking stuff out in Danish subtitles. Opsand. To me, that sounds Dutch. That's why I'm thinking Danish. Opsand. Opsende. Yeah. Let's get back forward. Back to where we were. Danish.
Back together again. Now we're some.
Are you okay?
What happened? Did she suck in a
I'm
bug?
not eating Greenland food. I already ate a Greenland bug.
Yeah, it was a bug.
Let's go let it.
Grandish and Danish, but the subs are Danish. I read Danish.
So we have a dry side and a wet side here. I would eat the cod with the seal fat.
Wait, they got a dry side and a wet side of the food? Hold on. I like this building. I do like the style of this building, right?
So we have a dry side and a wet side here.
We got a dry side and a wet side. We're at the Kayak Brewery in Greenland.
I would eat the cod with the seal fat.
I mean, that, you know, it's like to each their own. My mouth is not salivating over this. I'm just saying, right? Maybe the shrimp. I'd eat some shrimp. That looks like some brown bread. That might be similar to so in Iceland they do a thing called Icelandic brown bread. And it's basically kind of like a Danish rye bread that they make, real sweet, full of nuts, and not nuts, but like whatever goes in rye bread, right? And in Iceland, of course, they cook it underground because of all the like the ground has steam and stuff, right? Because there's like volcanic activity and lava stuff under Iceland, and so they cook it under there for like 24 hours or whatever, right? Greenland, of course, isn't Iceland, but this is certainly some sort of a rye bread. And so I'd probably try the rye bread and the shrimp, but I wouldn't try that dried stuff. I don't. I mean, maybe I'd try it. Maybe I'd lick it for just see what it tastes like, but I probably wouldn't eat a lot. Right?
So all of this food is from right here in Greenland, except for the apples.
The apples, yeah.
We have dried seal, seal fat, different types of dried fish, and shrimp. And they give you some bread to try with it. I feel like I should just start with a bang, go for the dried seal, right?
Either quail skin.
I had a dried eel from was it Vietnam, or I don't remember what country, because I do these try treats boxes, which I actually have one I was supposed to do a month ago, and I didn't do it yet. But the monthly treat box thing, you get a random treat from a different country kind of thing. Wasn't a big fan of the dried eel. I was not a. Oh wait, it might have been squid or both. Maybe I had both. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure it was Vietnam.
It smells so nasty.
And it smelled nasty too.
All right, I'm gonna try.
Dried cod is pretty good.
They said in the olden days they would dry everything because they didn't have refrigerators, so it would last throughout the winter. Really tough to chew. Not terrible though. Not great.
Oh my gosh, you're just going for it.
What is that?
This one definitely looks the nastiest. Probably tastes the worst too.
What is that?
Seal fat.
Seal fat, huh?
They said they use this as like salt for the rest of their food.
Salty? Oh, from the ocean. Oh, so it's just like, it's probably gonna smell like salt and like fish, like a nasty fish smell, like an overpowering fish smell. I would assume, judging by the look on his face and the fact that it's whale fat, right?
Have to do it.
Stop sniffing it.
Okay, here we go. Down the hatch.
Get brave. It's there. It's here. Yep.
Rinse the pot, cut it, and then you just hang it in the tank. Or the little thing you can do it in the summer, right? You cut
I'm not gonna fake my way through that one. That was disgusting.
I mean, he didn't. He put it in his mouth. He tried it. He did not enjoy it. Did not enjoy it. A lot of omega-3 and 6. Yeah.
Much better than the seal. Oh my gosh.
He almost can't even talk.
Very interesting flavors for everything.
You haven't done the fish.
It's your turn.
I swallowed a bug. You have to eat that thing.
No.
Yes.
I'm gonna do it. Tasunaku nere tamasa.
Now that sounds Greenlandic. No confusion there. That was certainly not Danish. That was Greenlandic for sure.
Only in Greenland once I was challenged to eat some raw whale. So already had seal and it can't get worse than that, right?
Raw whale.
Oh, not bad at all.
Not bad at all.
Tastes like tuna.
One more for you.
Yeah, that's great.
Tuna. Tuna's good.
The guys from earlier have convinced me.
Do you like tuna? Would you eat whale fat? Would you eat dried whatever? Let us know about it.
To do something here in Greenland.
Yep, it's by the water. He's going to be doing the jump in the water thing that they do in Greenland. I love tuna. I can't even eat herring. I'm going to try herring in the Netherlands. I'm going to try it once, but I don't think I'll enjoy it. But I'll try it. Squarefish? What is that? Oh, like the frozen ones you get at the grocery store? Always ashamed when I see people eat herring. Why?
It's not a proper trip to Greenland without jumping in the water, right?
I knew it. I knew he's jumping in the water.
So we're all gonna run in, jump in. This water is like 3 degrees Celsius. It's almost freezing.
Only use fish for kibbling or nice beak. Nice kibbling or lekkebeck. Okay, the translation changed it to nice beak. Tuna, love it. Love herring. I would try it, but I'm afraid I'm too picky. I'm too picky too. I might try it. Probably won't like it. Probably won't. Tuna steak is delicious. Delightful. Tuna is good if you put it in pasta or salad. Never tried tuna in pasta or salad. You guys like mayonnaise in the Netherlands? Mixed tuna with some mayonnaise. That's pretty good. Little chopped onion in there. It's pretty good like that.
We're gonna do it anyway. It's gonna be fun, right?
Yeah. Jump in the water. Kibbling you'd like? Fried fish bits, isn't it?
All the polar plunges I've ever done, this has to be the coolest.
The food is what you would find in northern Canada and Nunavut. The Iqaluit and Greenlanders are very close. Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier. Like they have a lot of cultural similarities, right? Looks like a dog and heat. Wait, what? Where? I shouldn't have read that one out loud. Sometimes I should just read in my head first and then, you know, all oceanic foods are edible equals delicious. Yeah, just not a fish to, you know, the fishy taste. If it don't taste like fish, I'm good with it. But like, you know, the weird funky fish smell that I'm talking about. I I don't want to explain what it is, but you know the smell. It's a foul smell. You'll enjoy the herring. Yeah, with pickle and onion. Oh yeah, pickle and onion with the tuna and mayonnaise. Mmm. Yeah, buddy. I really like the herring. How else can I listen to Judas Priest? You love the Netherlands? Yes, I know. I already do. Add some MSG in the US, I'll love it, right? Yeah. Yes, when it tastes as it smells. Yeah. Ooh. 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 See this guy jump in the water. But see, it's only 42 degrees, so it's like, it's going to be cold. Like, I seen a video, I don't know who it was. I just remember, that's the only reason I remember about the water thing. It was like last year when Trump was talking about taking Greenland, this and that. There was people up there interviewing, seeing what the Greenlanders had to say about it, blah, blah, blah. Maybe it was Nick Shirley. And he jumped in the water, but like then it was like there was snow on the ground. They were like all bundled up in coats. It was like, it looked like blizzard weather. Certainly way colder then than it is now for this guy. It's only 42 degrees. Like it's not even freezing temperature at this point.
How many people can say they've swam in Greenland before?
I can't say that. Tuna, diced
Only
pickles.
in Greenland once.
Small boiled potato and chives or onions. Add mayo, salt, and pepper. Yum. Oh, that sounds good. It's almost freezing, Charlie, just 3 degrees above. No, 42 degrees Fahrenheit is more than... So like the freezing... In Fahrenheit, right? The freezing temperature is like 32. So this would be 10 degrees Fahrenheit above the freezing temperature of 42. Or at 42, right? Hold on. Hey, Google. 42 Fahrenheit. Give me the Celsius on that, please.
42 degrees Fahrenheit is equal to approximately 5.56 degrees Celsius.
Yeah. 5.5 whatever Celsius. That's above freezing for sure. Got some smoked salmon right now. That sounds nice. Salmon's hit or miss. I've had bad salmon. I've had good salmon. I know I'm not saying it right. It's supposed to be salmon. I don't know, whatever, right? But you get the idea.
All right, here we go. Let's do it.
Greenland's not for sale.
Go! 1, 2, 3, go! Go, 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 go!
0 degrees Celsius in Eindhoven. I mean, 42, like, 5 degrees Celsius, 42 Fahrenheit, jumping in the water, not comfortable. Not going to enjoy it, right? But certainly better than it could be in Greenland is all I'm saying. Other people have done it in way colder temperatures, right? Oh, 3 degrees. See, they look like they're having fun.
It's cool! It feels amazing! Yeah.
I'm gonna let my legs warm up.
It's not even bad. Look, they're just out there enjoying it, having a good time. It's cold for them. One more time.
I mean, I wouldn't be doing it. My heart would explode. Yeah, amazing. Right? Exactly. Mine would too, for sure. Tuna with mayonnaise equals not good. Who the fuck does that? Have you tried it? Have you tried it? It's so good. It's so good. What do you mean? It's so delicious. You enjoy standing barefoot in the snow?
Job.
That's crazy. Okay, we got some... Oh wait, this is the next one it says. So that's basically the end of that. Thanks for watching that with me, guys. Make sure you hit like. I will be back. I gotta go take a bathroom break. All right. So we're probably going to finish safe from the grill. What's freezing here? Yeah, I mean 0 degrees. Okay, negative 12 degrees Celsius. What is that in Fahrenheit? Let's see. Minus 12. No, wait. 10.4 Fahrenheit. Oh, that's not so bad. It's been colder here. I would certainly wouldn't want to do it in the water, though. Would not want to do it in the water. So we're going to go ahead and do a GeoGuessr stream. I need to set that up. Actually, hold on. I should be able to do it now. Oh, wait, hold on. The stream can be accessed again for the minute. Cancel that. I don't know how to... I was going to try to set up the stream and then link the link in the chat, but like, it seems like it might break if I try that. So I'm not going to try that. Just give me like 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Okay, guys, give me 5 or 10 minutes and we'll be live again. We'll be back doing GeoGuessr, guys. We checked out a bunch of like Greenland, Venezuela. It doesn't seem like there's anything crazy new going on or anything like that. So, yeah, and the notifications are weird, so you may not get notified. Just go to my channel and just check in like 5 or 10 minutes, and we'll be live doing GeoGuessr. And I don't want to break it, otherwise will be a while before I join as I'm still working. Hey, no problem, Pascal. Take your time. I will only be live on GeoGuessr until like 3 something now. It's 1:40 now, so maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours at the most, right? So, all right, have a good day. Super fun, awesome day. Hit like, do all that stuff. Comment down below, all that stuff. Hopefully I'll see you here in a few minutes with the GeoGuessr stream.